The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Sunday's a day of rest for most, but not for the world-class field at the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Fans of all ages flock to the venue for a chance to see chess history in the making. Opening move inspiration from Garry Kasparov himself was not enough to turn the tide for Prague, who was forced to settle for a draw to stay tied for second. Fabiano Caruana remains in pole position, agreeing to a draw before the off day to remain in clear first. The standings are knotted up. Who will untangle the mess and catch up to the leader? Day 6 of Can't Miss Chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 6 of the Superbet Chess Classic held in beautiful Bucharest, Romania. It's the day after the rest day. The players have had enough time to rejuvenate, re-energize, and get ready for another set of battles over the chessboard. Let's go to the studio and start Day 6 action.
We are just past halfway and 3 players are proving hard to catch. More exciting chess as round 6 starts right now. Hello, and we are back for round 6 of the Superbet Chess Classic. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and as always, it's good to be back in the studio alongside Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Evgeny Miroshnichenko.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be with you both. I feel re-energized after the free day. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. Yes, indeed, after a much-needed rest day, the players are ready to bring it. What will they bring to these championship rounds as we begin the second half of the tournament? Jovi, do the honors and tell our viewers who's leading the tournament.
Yes, well, we've had spectacular games, we've had missed opportunities, and we've had time trouble moments. But at the top of the table, Fabiano Caruana is there with 3.5 points out of 5. But he cannot rest easy because just half a point behind him are Praggnanandhaa and Gukesh, the top Indian duo, but they also can't rest that easy either because there are 4 players there with 2.5 points out of 5. It's going to be all about winning those games in the second half.
Absolutely, and the format for our Superbet Chess Classic.
Yes, it's a 10-player round robin, which means the players play each other once at a time control of 120 minutes, that's 2 hours, plus 30-second time bonus per move. No draw offers allowed, and look at that prize fund.
Wow.
Quite spectacular.
Indeed it is. No more rest days, but tell us about the schedule.
Yes, at times play is intense, it is frantic, but the players are just playing that 1 game per day. But mark your calendars because on Friday, July the 5th, that is the final round. And if there is a tie for first place, playoffs will be played.
Yeah, crowning a champion. And Miro, tell us about the challenges that our tournament leaders are facing.
All right. Well, all of our 3 leaders have something in common, and that would be that they did not lose a single game. And let's start with Prague, one of the Indian prodigies tied for the second place. So Prague has won 1 game in round 4. He missed a couple of chances to have a better score, but, well, 3 points out of 5 and looking forward to more wins. Tied with Prague is another Indian youngster, Gukesh, the youngest world champion challenger in the history. So he's on same +1 after winning the first round. He starts to forget how it feels to win a game and really looking forward to improve his position. And ultimately, Fabiano Caruana, our sole tournament leader, who has done both Gukesh and Prague, meaning winning in round 1 and 4. And, well, very comfortable position for Fabi, but jumping ahead, a bit of worrisome stats that he is yet to win his first game after the rest day in the history of Superbet Classics. 3 previous years, he never won a single game after the rest day. So this is how his road ahead looks like. Today, white against Jan Nepomniachtchi, then back-to-back facing his pursuers Gukesh and Prague, and in the last round it will be Fabi with black against Anish, Giri. So quite a tough road ahead for Fabi.
Absolutely, and playing both his immediate rivals who are in second place. And at this moment, it's my pleasure to introduce the other 2 members of our broadcasting team, Anastasiya and Cristian, who are in Bucharest. Over to you.
Thanks, Yasser, and welcome back, chess fans, to day 6 here at the Superbet Chess Classic from beautiful Bucharest, Romania. I have to say, after a very much needed rest day, I am ready for some action. Anastasiya, how was your morning?
My rest day was also really great. I decided to have a short walk outside, but almost 40 degrees outside these days in Bucharest. So I decided to go back to the hotel, and it was a great idea because we had fantastic press conference happening here yesterday. Garry Kasparov himself, as well as CEO of Grand Chess Tour, Michael Khodorkovsky, and the president of Romanian Chess Federation came for the press conference, and they spoke with local media. Garry Kasparov was asked many questions, and he made a few strong political statements and also spoke about the political situation in Ukraine and Russia and Romania, US, and as well, of course, he was asked about the football match which will be happening today among Romania and Netherlands, and he decided not to predict the score, but he said that even the strongest teams can potentially suffer defeats. So everything is possible. Everybody's looking forward to the games and, of course, to the football match today. We also had a side event in the playing venue today with Sokolov, Grandmaster from Netherlands, and he was talking to the local fans. So a lot of things are happening, and of course we have to check who is playing today and get ready for the big fights.
And the president of the Romanian Federation, after the conference, flew to Germany to actually watch this big clash between Romania and the Dutch. It's going to be an exciting day, guys. But let's take a look at the big clashes over the chessboard. Of course, I have to say this is a big one, the one between Praggnanandhaa and Bogdan Daniel Deac. As you can see, they haven't met each other very often, but they are sharing victories with each other. 1 win, 1 loss, no draws. But I have to say, with the white pieces, Prague right now needs a victory to try to catch up with the leader, Fabiano Caruana. And we know he's very prompt taking risks with the white pieces, but also with the black pieces. Take a look at this big clash. These 2 players know each other so well. They have so much respect for each other. 1 win, 1 losses, and a lot of draws. 15 draws, 3.5 points for Fabiano, not as many for Jan. This one is going to be a clash for the history books. Guys, back to you in St. Louis. We'll be here to give you all the behind the scenes as the round progresses.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Anastasiya. Jovi, please do the honors for our viewers. Tell them about the pairings for this round 6.
Yes, well, as we heard, Fabiano Caruana has white against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and we could all remember one of those 15 draws that was played just recently in candidates.
Wow.
And then we have Praggnanandhaa against Bogdan Daniel Deac. Alireza Firouzja has white against Wesley, so both of those players on 50%. Nodirbek Abdusattorov plays Anish, Giri. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave plays Gukesh. I mean, these are amazing clashes.
Absolutely. And, well, you told us about the prize fund, but break down those first and seconds and thirds.
Yeah, it's big, yes. First place nets $100,000. Second place, $65,000. Third place, $48,000. And it's not just prizes, also Grand Chess Tour points that the players are going to be furiously fighting for. And there we can see on the camera Praggnanandhaa with the white pieces getting ready to play the wild card, Bogdan Daniel Deac. Now, Bogdan Daniel, he's been having a tough time. He's in last place. He's lost 2 games.
He's got the target on his back. I mean, he's not an easy target, don't get me wrong. His opponents have played incredibly well to defeat him. But boy, you don't want to be in that position against these sharks because they smell blood. For me, I'm really stunned by that stat that Miro was telling us about. Fabi never won a game in the second half of the tournament. That just seems so strange to me. Number 2 player in the world according to our live ratings, and you'd expect that. What's going on? How can that be?
I know the situation from last year where he was on +2.
And he cruised to victory.
Exactly.
Right. So you think that's what it was about, that he was just securing himself. But Miro, jump in on this one. Isn't it surprising?
Well, it is. But if you think is even in history, the scoreboard at Superbet Chess Classic tends to be quite dry. So it's a lot of draws usually.
All right.
Not necessarily a bad thing.
And there we can see that Dr. Bogdan Alexandru Vitalaru is making the first move for Fabiano, and he reaches for the king's pawn.
E4.
Best by test.
There you go.
Will Fabiano keep it?
That's a good question. Fabi versus Jan. If Fabi has prepared something for the Petrov, he'll keep it.
Fabi, as we all remember, was quite... Okay, then we also see Christian Paul, the chairman of the board of Investmental.
That was close.
It was a little bit small text, yeah.
Yes,
D4.
I saw that too. D4 in the game of MVL.
So MVL will never keep D4.
No, he'll pull that one
Nah,
back.
E4. E4 is the move.
E4 versus
You don't
Gukesh.
think maybe he'll go for C4?
Yeah, he could, but yeah.
No, okay. Well, we see the pawns go back to their starting squares.
I must say that Gukesh's Queen's Gambit Accepted has done very, very well for him. So maybe a C4. Could be.
And here, Jan
Football.
Andone, which is a Romanian football coach and also former player. And
He
of
looks
course,
fit.
Romania will be playing the Netherlands later on tonight in football. D4.
D4 for Prague.
He played that kind of an experienced way.
Yeah.
I mean, that was no amateur there. Well, over the weekend we had a full house as the fans in Romania really turned out for round 5. Round 6 started the week, and as you heard, people running to Germany to watch the match.
And handshake.
Plays underway.
It is.
And some big clashes. Here we go. So knight f3. If I'm in Jan's shoes right now, I feel good already. And I'll tell you why. This is a moral victory. Mm-hmm. You don't have a way of getting an advantage against the Petrov. I forced you to do something off.
Yeah, you can smile a little bit about that, but then on the other hand, did you see Fabi got up? Mm-hmm. But D5 is the quick response.
Right.
But on the other hand, if you haven't prepared this, and Fabi, as we have seen in previous games, has been like ducking and diving and just trying to take the game into original paths. Right. That's a bit scary.
And he's been very successful about it. But this is, again, something that Jan will have expected in Toronto. Jan was playing these systems where a c2, c4 was met by d5 to d4, claiming the center. He doesn't mind playing a Benoni reverse with reverse colors as g7, g6, something that we've seen before. And I just want to show what I mean about this moral victory. So against Fabi's preferred move, e4, e5, knight f3, everybody's having a hard time getting an advantage against Jan's Petrov defense. So when you start with the opening move, knight f3, Jan is like happy. And I played against Grandmaster Tony Miles from the UK, and Tony was playing b7, b6 against everything. So I opened with my first move, g2, g3. And Tony leaned across the board and loudly told me, I love these moral victories. So a little bit of a moral victory. Knight f3, d5, g3, g6, bishop g2, bishop g7, c4, and the players have gotten very quickly into standard theory.
And interestingly enough, this has echoes of the Gukesh game.
Yes.
That was played in the previous round.
And in that game, we have seen a d5 takes c4, kind of an open. How do you call this, Miro? When they capture, it's an open?
It's a real Grunfeld.
It's a real Grunfeld. And when they play c6?
The c6, that's either the
Grunfeld
Slav or the symmetrical Grunfeld, as we used to call it. Well, symmetrical, it makes it symmetrical with white captures, right? CD5, CD5, and those positions were debated in Karpov-Kasparov matches, among others. Yeah.
One of the very funny thing about this position is this desire by both players to lunge with their knights into the center. Like if white plays knight c3, it's perfectly valid for black to play the move knight e4 here, as the players are getting closer to. Actually, I consider this precise moment to be a kind of a key, because d5 takes c4 as opposed to c7, c6, completely different types of games. The middle games are so different from them. Miro, turning it over to you.
Can I direct the flow to one particular game which is already catching my eye? It's between Alireza Firouzja and Wesley. So both of these players are on 50%, and they really do need to start winning if they want to be at the top of the table. And
so we have a Nimzo Indian.
Yes.
A same-ish variation, which is really taking a page out of the history books. You've got to go back 60, 70 years. And at one time, the move a2, a3 was the rage. In modern chess, it's a rare guest. b7, b6, f2, f3. So white has purposefully, well, he's doubled his pawns on the queen side, and they're a weakness. But what white wants to do is get a big, broad center, oftentimes at the cost of a pawn, in order to attack black's king. Let's take a look. Knight c6, e4, and you can see Wesley going immediately after the c4 pawn. Now this one, c5, wow. I have played this position often with black. I don't think anybody ever played c5 against me.
It's such a weird move, right? I mean, I would be expecting white to actually start developing the pieces.
Right. And we do have a capture on c5. And this
then
is
take a look at this.
the follow-up. Rook to b1. So basically, he's saying, look, I got rid of my weakness. It was a double pawn. I didn't need it that much. And you put your knight on the edge of the board. Why did you do that? Miro, is this news for you? I mean, nobody played it against me.
Let me see. No games in the database after rook b1. So it has something to do with knight to c6 being not the most popular, and then after e4, knight a5 being quite rare.
Bishop
A6
more common.
Right, and starting from move 4, in fact, as far as I understand, the modern idea of playing the Nimzo would, the Samish Nimzo, would be starting with f3,
right?
So that in case of b6, I'll go e4,
right?
And that almost forces black to go d5, after which white goes a3. Well, there is bishop e7, which is completely different animal, but white gets this, which limits black's options, if you think of, right? So black has committed to playing d5 line.
Yes.
There's nothing wrong with it, but yeah, it does not give black the opportunity to go after the c4 pawn. Then the move c5, well, in my view, it's quite understandable, because after bishop a, it'd be too late to play c5 after bishop a6, because you will allow the exchange of the bishops, right? Alternatively, you could try to go bishop d3 bishop a6. But then, after queen e2, among other things, black has knight b3 and exchange on c1.
Right.
So what happens? White goes c5 and rook to b1. And I presume, like, if you, once again, let white build the position, go bishop d3, knight e2, and so on, he will definitely have a compensation for the pawn. So computer has a really weird idea in this position, which is to capture the pawn on e4.
Makes sense.
Which is,
Because you know, on
Very
d1.
spicy,
okay,
exactly.
you'll have to take queen h4 check. Now,
Don't touch that
ironically,
pawn.
if you go g3, then both of your rooks are double attacked.
Which
with
one do I want?
Yeah, so that means you do not go g3, right? King d2 is your only move, and then queen f4, king to c2, queen e4, and I'm not sure how to judge this one, because, well, bishop d3 is, queen d3 is your only move, bishop d3, queen
lose
takes
material.
queen g2, and knight e2, c4. This
Why
is,
did I put
yeah, the
my knight
point,
on
yeah, the
e5?
point is like, yeah, so you go queen to d3, and after bishop b7, well, as it stands, computer slightly prefer black.
Wow.
Even though, yeah, so what's that? It's
3 pawns?
3 pawns for the piece.
But the king
But
is
yeah,
weird.
apparently, white cannot trade the queens. That's the big problem.
What
Right?
irony.
I mean, if you take over here,
No,
it's
no,
bishop e4, this rook's hanging, and if you block with the bishop, it's bishop g2, and the other rook is lost. So therefore, after queen d3, bishop b7, it seems that the only move not to lose material would be to go c4. So the line is actually, the line kind of goes on, because c4 from black was a big threat. So let me demonstrate. Let's say you develop the knight, and black goes c4, and again, you have to trade, bishop takes, and you just lost. Yeah,
Yes.
king b2, rook b8, black wins. So yeah, that's
Knight
a
takes
very, very interesting opportunity to capture on e4.
By the way, c5 takes d4 played by
CD4.
Wesley
Yeah.
after a few minutes. Thanks. How do these two players match up?
Let's have a look at their previous encounters, and you can see it is actually not that many games, but it is in Wesley's favor. 1 win for Alireza, 2 wins for Wesley, 3 draws. And again, they line up very evenly when we consider their universal rating, which is a combination of their classical, their rapid, and their blitz, 27-61.
Very evenly indeed. Interesting. The irony for me about that graphic is that in 2022, Alireza was our Grand Chess Tour champion, and his success was so great. I wouldn't have thought that their score would be in Alireza's favor. Takes on d4 was obviously the recapture. I'd just like to go back and visit that knight takes e4 for a moment, because this was fun stuff. D takes e4. And if you don't mind, all of these moves
And now the
really
king
had a
has to
flow.
put on its running shoes, otherwise you
Exactly.
lose material.
Exactly.
Check. This is a really lovely idea, just
All-
to kind of bounce the king around. Queen takes e4.
All very forcing. Now here, it was this moment where the move c4, I found that move off-putting. I thought, if I have to play c4, then I do believe black is better. The question for me was the move rook to b5.
Right.
Now you take on d3, I think, right?
I'm just trying to
The
work out whether there's things on pre's.
You know, it's
takes.
actually funny. The thing I forgot to
Oops.
notice was that I thought the knight would have to go back. I take the bishop, but bishop to a6 turns it all around, and my rook b5 doesn't work.
But c4
Okay.
feels also risky because you can go knight takes c4.
Knight takes c4. Well, in this case, how many pawns have you gotten?
I've snatched a lot of pawns, yes.
You do, but I'm snatching a lot of pieces. If you recapture with
Queen
the queen
takes rook, but it's not just the pawns, it's also the fact that the white king
I know, I
is
have
a
no
little bit
shield.
nude,
Yeah,
shall we
nude.
say. Castles.
Castles.
Yeah.
Okay, but I do have 3 minor pieces.
Or maybe
for
I can
the-
go pawn takes pawn first.
Yeah,
But yeah, let's
but
protect the
again,
little ones.
3 minor pieces for the rook, even though my king is denuded. Wow, that is really quite the variation. Let's catch up with the players, because unfortunately for us, none of this excitement happened. It'll remain in the shadows. We have captures, and I've got this nice big fat orange question mark staring at me. Why is this?
Why c5 a mistake, you're asking?
Well,
Is it because
Bond.
knight takes e4 was still on the agenda?
No, not really. Okay, after c captures, no longer knight e4 works, I'm thinking, because check, king d2, queen e4, there is a difference.
Yeah, because there's no c4 at the right time.
Wait a second. No, we were giving a check
Yes.
over here in the previous line,
driving
and now
the
king to c3 makes a whole lot of difference. King to c3, because it was blocked with your own pawn on c3, and now
Right, you didn't
king
have the
c3, and white's just better.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, and the king, funny enough, it's actually safe on c3, right? Because the knight, knight
checks.
can't really give a check. All right, so knight e4 wasn't the line, but you could play castle, you could play h7, h6.
And we are going to go over to Bucharest, where we have Anastasia and Cristian ready to tell us some of the gossip, or maybe just the news, their insights from the playing venue.
Well, you guys are having too much fun analyzing all those games, because everybody is in a mood to fight today. I have a feeling, they don't like making draws. They want to score victories, and they need to score victories. And it seems like even players with the black pieces in this one, they're throwing the gauntlet in today's round. Anastasia, how are your feelings regarding the playing hall and the players?
I think actually they're in a very good mood, and today the chief arbiter before the round, he said something really funny. He said okay, let's hope tomorrow the day will bring us happiness. Looking forward to the happy day, meaning of course the football match which will be played today, and he's of course hoping that Romania will win. So everybody started laughing at this moment, and I saw Fabi and Nepo, they were really laughing before the round. I think actually they're in a good mood. We remember that Fabi hasn't won any game after the rest day, so
That was
I don't
shocking.
know.
That was actually
I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe he shouldn't even try. Okay, it was a joke, of course, but you never know. I just wanted to report to Yasser that we have already eaten our cherry pretzels today, so everything is fine.
Don't tell him that. Don't tell
But
him that.
we are not doing it anymore in front of camera, guys. We learned the lessons.
But you see, even Anish, he's playing the Najdorf
Yeah.
against Nodirbek. And Nodirbek, yes, he's ready for a fight. I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of decisive results, guys. What are your thoughts?
I'm still stuck on the cherry pretzel. How do you get a cherry pretzel? Do we get cherry pretzels? I don't think we get any cherry pretzel.
No, but
I
they look
haven't had a
delicious. And looking delicious, though, are some of the games on the board, because,
Truly.
they referenced that Anish Giri was playing a Najdorf.
Right.
And Nodirbek, I can see from my board that the queen is already on d3. Is
Exactly.
he trying to establish a winning formula? Put your queen on d3, go for the attack. It's a different setup.
Indeed. One of the things that I'm finding particularly intriguing about this Bucharest Superbet tournament is on each round, we're having 5 different openings, 5 very different setups, and it's really nice not to have 3 Berlins all matching up and who's deviating. Anyway, we have a Najdorf, a7, a6. Nodirbek has played this against MVL earlier in the tournament. Certainly this was not missed by Anish Giri. Queen d3, repeating his previous line. And I remember MVL using a different setup with b7, b5, and e7, e6. What Anish went for was knight d7, kind of hinting that why did you put your queen on d3? I have ready-made tempi with knight c5 or knight e5, a2, a4, stopping the potential of b5, b4, g7, g6. I think we're going to call this a Dragendorf, a Najdorf, a dragon turned from the Najdorf opening. Bishop g7, and I'm as perplexed as anybody else. Why is the queen on d3, Miro?
To stop you from playing kind of the good knight of setups and to force you to play the inferior dragon setups. That would be my guess.
Well stated.
So, of course, it's part of the statement is ironic, but yeah. So again, speaking of moral victories,
Yes.
right. So it could be misplaced in the dragon, but still the character of the position would be relatively the same, right? And also, like knight on d7 in the dragon
Often
is
goes to
not
E5,
exactly where you want it to be. Yeah, so usually goes to c6 if we are talking kind of the real dragon variation. And
Right.
yeah, for those of you who do not know, developing the bishop on g7 is in Sicilian is referred to as, well,
The dragon.
dragon variation. Right. So interestingly enough, the move g7, g6 is, well, technically a novelty. So it's never been
Really?
played in this particular position.
Okay.
I understand it could be the transpositions that white went bishop e2, black played g6, later on white played a4. So the whole setup doesn't look all that outlandish. But technically g6 has never been played, at least according to our database. And yeah, it's too early to assess the position, of course, because I think knight d5 is what white usually tries to achieve under favorable circumstances. So the moves would be a rook to d1, then I'm guessing the queen could go to g3 or something. Well, b6.
B6.
b6 before castling short is an interesting one because computer was very happy to suggest b6.
And putting the bishop on
b6,
b7.
bishop to b7 early.
Okay, I can rally behind this.
And then knight c5 will be a threat.
Well,
Absolutely.
Well,
B7.
let's
Jovi.
check out the lifetime
Exactly,
score
that's exactly
between
what I was-
these two. So let's have
I
a look.
suspect there's not that
Nodirbek-
many games, but I'm wrong.
Yeah, well, there's a few games, but do
6
remember that
draws.
Nodirbek is just 19 years old.
That's why I wouldn't
And Anish
expect
just
too
turned
much.
30. And
Yeah.
here you can see it is 1 win for Nodirbek and 6 draws between the pair. No wins for Anish, and he's on -1 at the minute, near the bottom, so he does need to start winning his games in the second half of the event.
My eyes are drawn in this graphic to the URS rating, Universal Rating System rating, 2767 to 2736. Again, that rating is the combination of classical, rapid, and blitz. But for such a young player to have such a high rating over, a great veteran in Anish Giri, that's really, really stunning. And
Well, let's go back to our tournament leader, Fabiano Caruana,
moment,
against
absolutely.
Nepomniachtchi. When we left it, we saw Fabiano deploy the move c2, c4, and we were discussing the kind of options that white has and
Exactly.
black has.
Against-
Whether it would be a Grunfeld Slav, whether it would be symmetrical, whether we'd actually see the Grunfeld proper. And
so this was the key moment. Should
Yes.
he take or not? He decided to go c7, c6, threatening to capture the pawn, and that's why we understand knight d2 and b3. So you're reinforcing, you're all set, you're ready to go bishop b2. And I was mentioning how the players like to lunge with their knights, whether it be knight e5 or, in this case, knight e4. And the idea is as clear as crystal day. You're opening up the diagonal for this bishop. Let's catch up with the players. Bishop g2, a5, a4. In a sense, kind of menacing the move a3. And takes knight
Knight
c5.
c5.
Whoa. I'm going to pause this thought because I just want to get our viewers up to date on winning probabilities.
yes, let's have a look. So Fabi came into this tournament as a favorite after round 1. After his win against Alireza, Firouzja, it shot up from 24% to 37.9%.
Right.
Let's have a look at his progress. And there you can see after round 2, it also declined down to 36.6% after his draw. And let's see it move back up again to 38%. Like, remember,
Yeah.
the more the tournament is played, the higher his chances of winning the event.
But we're seeing Prague coming from the cellar, if you will, from the bottom half of the
Yes, 'cause
graph.
I remember when he was my pick, he only had a 5% chance, so watch it. So now going up to 8.6% for Prague, also Gukesh inching us up
All
in the
of
numbers.
those draws
and take
from
a
round
look
5.
at this. After the first half of the tournament, after round 5, Fabi is on 60% chance to win the event.
I gotta tell you guys, my
Gukesh,
pick is looking
18.6%. Mine is at 10.1%.
You've
and he's
improved.
playing the wild card, Bogdan Deac.
Yes, and that was where Cristian was saying at the top of the show, maybe a golden opportunity for Prague to jump into a tie for first. Knight e4 to c5. It makes a strong visual impression, Miro.
It
I want to
does.
win my pawn,
It
and I want to
does.
do it with tempo.
You want to take on a4 with the knight.
Yes.
Well, I don't know if you guys surprised, but it has been played. 7 games that I can see in the database.
Okay.
Well, the most intriguing perhaps would be this a4, a5 move.
Which will not be missed.
It does not save the pawn,
No,
right?
no.
But the whole point is that whenever or
You
whichever
capture.
piece you capture on a5, white is planning to go knight b3. Let's say I presume it'd be a huge mistake to go queen a5 because knight b3, right?
Wins material.
Wins
yes.
material. Well, it might
Queen
not
b4.
because queen b4 is the thing.
Right.
Right.
Double
and,
pins.
yeah, and there were games like this.
There were?
There were games like this, yes. Knight
Wow.
takes, queen b2, cd5, cd5. So we are back to symmetrical setups.
Right. Not that impressive.
Yep. So after knight c5, there is...
My vibe was for white. It doesn't feel.
I mean, after all the gyrations, what did I accomplish?
yeah, but there is no
Okay.
clear continuation.
Let's try takes
really-
on c5. You'll take
Takes on
b2.
c5 is not
Rook b-
great.
I understand. Rook b1.
Rook to b1 and bishop goes back all the way to g7.
All the way. cd5.
cd5 and then I presume cd5.
Exactly.
And if you look at it and you imagine the position with colors reversed and it starts to resemble like one of those Catalans
Yes.
where you've sacrificed the pawn but you have a very strong bishop and eventually you are planning to win back either c5 or a4 and
Yeah.
get an advantage. So, well, the discussion in this position is already does have black have an advantage or not,
Yeah.
which is
Well,
not something you like with white after 10 moves.
That's not. Sorry. Please don't go away.
Yep. From that one.
Correct.
You still believe it? Oh, yeah, so.
I never
You're-
get to make my point. It's terrible.
Okay.
If you don't mind. Rook to b5.
Rook to b5. So you're
Right.
trying to save
I have
your
an
pawn.
extra
Yeah.
pawn. I'm trying to save my pawn.
Yeah.
I'm hoping you'll play knight
Okay,
c6.
so which one would you like me to do?
No, you
to
do-
cooperate.
No,
Because
no.
I say like to just to
this is one.
just to showcase how let's say
got
how
three-
hopeless
I got 3 fast pawns.
your stance for an extra pawn is.
3 fast pawns.
You
I
have
have a
3 pass
feeling
pawns. Do
that
you
at
like your
least
position though?
Two
don't
of
know.
them will disappear in the next few moves.
Well,
No,
that's
Seriously, seriously. Yeah, rook b5 you can do, but yeah, all the lines that black can, like knight c6, e6, bishop d7, the comp insists on, in all cases, black at least has an equal game. In fact,
Yeah.
slightly better.
I tried.
Well, after knight c5, something that I'm thinking could be a playable alternative, something like rook to b1. Well, rook to b1. Yeah, well, as
now
of
you have to
now,
play knight
I
takes
do threaten to take the knight. So knight has to take on a4 and
Bishop
bishop to
A1.
a1. Yeah, and I've done it just in time so that after bishop f5, I'd be able to take on b7.
b7. Yeah.
Right, and this is, once again, computer has us equal, but the continuation would be to take on c4, knight takes c4, so it's equal but not symmetrical.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's some exciting playable position.
And let's remind ourselves of how these two match up against each other. And there you can see it is 1 win apiece, 15 draws.
It's a lot of draw.
There's a lot of draws, but like I was saying, you know, we all remember that one draw from the candidates, which cost Fabi a chance to
be the
make
challenger. Yeah,
exactly.
At one, I mean, in those 15 draws, and you're referencing that game where it was +7, I think, at one point for Fabi, and we were all very hopeful that he could win. No, Jan defended like a genius. And by the way, we are seeing the move A4, A5 by Fabi in this game, not the move Rook B1. Rook B1 made a lot of sense to my eyes as well. Knight to C5, A5, and we were just looking at one line of play which went Queen takes A5.
Knight to B3.
Knight to B3.
And here we were looking after Queen B4, pawn takes knight. But
because
you don't want to be correcting White's pawn structure.
Not just that, it's actually winning material.
There was that issue too.
Yeah. So Queen to B4, and it looks really weird. Like you're like, well, what? If I take with the pawn, that's a pin, and if I take with the knight, well, that's a pin too, and this has apparently had been played in the past.
Yeah, can you clarify the situation?
Sure,
Instead of going knight takes knight, so knight b3 I think is perfectly good.
Okay.
And then why not here, like try to be a little bit difficult, like c takes d5.
C takes D5.
I mean, I wonder whether there's any Zwischenzugs with the knight coming to a4, in fact.
So like you're saying that maybe I can even be ambitious as black and tempo against the bishop. I was just usually whenever I'm in these situations where we're just out of the opening and I'm getting surprised, I just want to make sure that I can get equality. If I can find a clear pathway to equality, then I can start to look and say, well, maybe I should be ambitious. C takes D5, you mentioned, knight
A4.
Jovi, and take it away. I guess I'm going to play, I hate bishop C1.
Bishop C1 does not make a good impression.
Insipid. It's, I think, the word I would use to. But queen C1, with the idea of maybe bishop A3, I'm still losing the two bishops. Unless I have some
funny
jumping, I don't know.
Yeah, no, this doesn't feel great.
I'm not inspired.
Because all black has to do is post up the e-pawn to e6, solid center, the bishop pair. I don't know what the knights are doing. Too many open lines.
Not clear for me either, as we see queen takes a5 on the board. And again, we're talking two of the very, very prepared players in the circuit. We've seen incredible preparation by these two players, and they're in a variation that's not, well, I'm not aware of it, let's put it that way, but they certainly are. Where is White supposed to get an edge?
Well, Nepo certainly is, because he barely spent any time. He's on 1 hour 58. Fabi is on 1:42, so he has spent good 20 minutes reaching this position. And now seeing him thinking again probably means that he doesn't know either where black's advantage is.
Where White's...
Or rather, White's advantage is, so where to try to put some pressure on black's position. So knight b3, queen b4, knight c5 is the best White has, according to the machine, once again. If queen takes, cd5, and that was played. So symmetrical position, well, symmetrical structure, almost symmetrical, and very likely to be symmetrical after, say, rook b1 and capture b7, capture e2.
Right.
So the minimalist kind of edge that White is trying to get is to play e3 and make an argument that the bishop on g7, in fact, is not very strong. So an example could be a line e2, e3 immediately. Rook takes a2, rook to b1, queen a3, and then White plays knight e1 even to get the knight to d3, and so on. And despite looking odd for the moment, right, well, it's not hard to see that the b7 pawn will eventually be lost.
Right.
But again, now I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, okay, if I'm scared with black, I go e6, I let you take on b7, I exchange it, it's perfectly equal.
Yeah, so it would appear so.
Right,
Thank
and this
you,
game
Mira.
is very important for the standings because, as we saw earlier, Fabiano Caruana is at the top with 3.5 points out of 5, but there is Nepomniachtchi on 2.5 points
50%.
out of 5.
What
On
a win.
50%, he needs a win.
Yeah, and what that would mean for him, he'd drag Fabi back down to +1, and Jan would jump upwards of +1. Just looking at this position, and I'm finding myself drawn, for whatever reasons, to the move Queen C1. Queen C1 is kind of a weird looking move to
I
me
was
too.
looking in that direction too because I was looking at Queen C2, I was looking at A4, anything
Right.
to stop the knight getting to
and,
A4.
And my line was knight to A4, knight to B3.
And then
So if you put your queen, this is where you're doing me the great favor of justifying my move. Actually, I'm not even sure I've done very well. Sorry. Even here, with my bishop poking out to A3, queen takes C4. I was reaching for the bishop.
Well, we're going to go into the line that Miro showed us with knight takes knight played, queen takes bishop.
Yeah, the minimalist line. Knight takes E5, queen takes B2, expecting CD5, E2, E3. And this is where Miro was saying, yeah, even though white's a pawn down at the moment, he's a huge favorite to get it back immediately. And he's playing to show that black's pieces are a little bit passive. I don't know. Doesn't feel like too much to me.
Not much, if anything at all.
Oh,
But then on the other hand,
what's the other hand?
the other hand is that it's not that much for black either to play from. So both sides are going to be happy with a draw, a halving
Yeah.
of the points.
A halving of the point. Well, let's go and see if we can't find some action.
Well,
and should we go around the board?
Yes.
Around the arena?
I would love
the
to hear
stage?
both of your opinions on
On?
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Gukesh.
Why is it that whenever we have these rounds where knight orfs are being played, they just automatically draw our eye?
Yeah, the reason why I'm really interested in that particular game between Maxime and Gukesh is that Maxime is a very principled player. He seems to be unafraid of going into territory where other grandmasters have gone, no, that's analysed out, it's probably a
Right.
forced draw. He's always trying to look for new ideas there because I'm seeing a marshal.
Yes, a martial gambit, which these days people don't really go into because thanks to the efforts of Mickey Adams and many other top grandmasters, martial gambit has kind of been considered a draw. A2, A4, D2, D3, followed by the dynamic bishop D2 are the so-called anti-martial gambits. But like you say, MVL...
He's willing to go into those territories, like we saw him take on the the Berlin endgame
Yes.
against Alireza Firouzja, and he almost got himself in a spot of trouble before he managed to find a great resource to turn the tables around.
Exactly. C7, C6 is what we might call the modern version of the Marshall. Frank Marshall, when he dreamt up the Marshall Gambit, he kept it in his pocket for a number of years before uncorking it against world champion Jose Raul Capablanca. Marshall played the move knight f6 in the original version, and his idea was as straightforward as it appears. He decided, in true Frank Marshall style, just go for the checkmate, blast away. Modern players prefer to keep their knight in the center with the move c7, c6, bring their bishop to d6 and play queen h4. All of this has been played, I dare say, thousands of games, and today this is considered the absolute best play. Bishop to e3, and I think there's actually been a number of games where white has accepted the challenge of capturing the second pawn. Bishop takes d5 and queen takes d5. Bishop e3 takes on e2, queen a5, and we just talked about a minimal advantage in the game of Fabi. For me, this is again one of those very, very minimalistic approaches that White has. I don't know. Doesn't look.
It's tricky.
It's tricky. Okay.
Look, I mean, there is no advantage in chess if both sides play perfectly, right?
True,
I mean, the game are kind of educated assumption that the game is a draw if perfectly played.
Yeah.
Right. So I understand. I think I understand Maxime's point, because the younger players, they might not, even though he goes for the martial counters, like he might not know all the tricky possibilities. And then as late as move 18, A2, A4, we see something very rare. So this endgame it's not the endgame yet, but the queens are to come off next couple of moves.
Right.
And usually bishop d4 is played. A4 has been seen only once. I have no idea how dangerous it is, but apparently something has been prepared.
Okay, because I see the clock times as an indication.
Yeah, so practically a tempo, everything.
Right.
And then every now and again you have to test these guys who are speculating, I'll play a Berlin against you, I'll play a Marshall against you.
Okay.
Every now and again you have to ask, do you remember what you're playing? Because yes, I remember doing this in some open tournaments when I would pick up the Berlin and I would only prepare the anti-Berlin because there was this period of time when no one was going for an endgame.
Right.
It worked pretty well.
Right.
But then whenever someone would go for an endgame, I'd be thinking right after the queens are off because I had no idea what line I'm actually playing.
Right.
And so Gukesh is well informed. Okay. He reached move 17 of theory, of course, everything prepared, but seeing this rare move. And usually, if I remember well, the endgame is still relatively forcing the endgame that happens after, say, bishop d4. And we could follow one of the games, f2, e8, for instance, king g2, say h6, a4. It could be the transposition. Now we transposed again, so maybe this a4 doesn't actually have an independent value. All I'm saying, black still has to be careful.
Gotcha.
Still has to be careful. There have been games, I think Dean Liren was involved, like Dean Liren Rajabov or something, when it's relatively tight. So you have to remember 30 precise moves and then you're holding. Otherwise, it's not like you lose on a sport. After all, it's not the sharp knight off, but you may end up in an unpleasant endgame to defend it for next 20 moves, 30 moves. And this is definitely what Gukesh doesn't want to see.
Gotcha. A2, A4 on the board in this one.
We see Gukesh thinking. Interestingly enough, Maxime is one of those players who tends to play those long, forcing variations.
Yes, as just mentioned there in the Berlin. But okay, Gukesh has actually spent 20 minutes, and it's almost, I know this look from Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru is accessing his files and just kind of looks away as he's doing that.
And again, I was just checking the database. There was one person who tried A4 before.
Okay, and how did that go?
Do you know who it was, though?
Who was it?
Maxime.
Okay.
Maxime against Livonaronian. And it actually transposed directly into the main line. There was no other value other than surprise.
Rook F8.
Yeah, Rook H6 was played by black in that particular game.
Sorry.
And then, so in that particular game, after A4,
yes.
H6 was tried by black.
H7, H6, yeah.
Yes, and then bishop D4.
Okay.
And then Rook to E8. And then the queens came off.
Queen takes and bishop takes.
Oh, sorry, no, not queen takes, queen, sorry, King G2. King G2. I got it. A little bit mixed. Okay.
And then the queens.
And then the queens came off, yeah.
And did he recapture the king or the
knight?
The knight. Okay, the knight.
And this was the exact position that Miro was showing us.
I see. So kind of transpositional, but at the same time, after the move A4, black is being given the chance to take the two bishops. I don't think he wants to do that, however. You open up this bishop suddenly, and after rook takes, you probably are trading on white's terms. white probably has some kind of a pull here, thanks to moves like knight to e5, targeting c6, targeting f7. I can imagine white's a little bit happy here, because if it doesn't have any independence, a2, a4, then h6 and rook e8, as you prescribed, seems perfectly fine. We'll keep an eye on this one. I'm more than curious about the Sicilian Najdorf game and what has happened between Nodirbek and Anish. Giri, when we left it, we had just seen the move b7, b6, with a very simple idea. I want to fianchetto the bishop and put pressure on the e4 pawn. And, well, check this out. Knight c6, queen c7, knight b4. Whoa. That's a lot of tempi that is being wasted there going around with the knight. I'm pausing here for a moment because, okay, I understand this knight as a goal, right? It wants to come to the d5 square, pardon me. If I keep the knight away from the square, I notice that this was not played. We do have bishop f4, we do have rook d1, but in both cases, I'm expecting that I'll have my counterplay. Did not happen. Instead we had bishop b7, knight d5, and are we going to see one of those? I'll let you have your knight on d5. I'll just roll with the punches. Move. I'm assuming knight takes d5. Knight takes d5. We don't want anything to do with this, right?
No, that feels wrong.
Two bishops
in my opinion,
on every level.
It totally, right?
On every
two
level.
bishops, the pawn on d5.
Not what we
I don't like
want.
that one.
Yeah.
No, I kind of prefer
Dropping
your
back.
idea of just dropping back with the queen.
Yep.
And not capturing on d5 first, because I feel like that actually eases white's issues. White's going to have a problem with that knight on d5. It's going to get kicked about.
Well, we do
once
see,
you've developed.
once black gets in castles and rook c8, his troubles are over, unless Miro. This has all been seen before, and there is a very
Okay, let me double
play.
check, but no. So, as I said, g6 was a new move, and I assumed it could have been transposition. Yeah, to address this issue that e6 apparently wasn't very good because of
rook d1.
concrete problems like rook d1 and somehow d6 actually happens to be weak because after bishop b7 now, it's not very wise to take on d6 because at the end of the line you trade the queens, go bishop f8.
That was my point.
But then white attacks it another time. And now if you go knight e5, the pawn can actually be taken because after we trade the queens, your knight on e5 is So bishop f4 and you'd have a very unpleasant decision. Do you play e5 really?
Not what we intended
leaving d5 absolutely naked? No. So after knight d to b5, I'm a bit conflicted because, say, on kind of human understanding, I would agree with Jovi that we do not want to trade the knights, right? So that's a very Sicilian thing to do, to go queen d8 immediately. I have a computer insist on capturing on d5, and the reason for that, after queen d8, kind of captures f6, goes bishop e3, and I presume we rarely have this one, now that I'm thinking, we rarely have, the absence of these knights, and particularly exchange in such a way that white's going to be able to put the bishop on d4, so that's all I'm saying. I say castles, and it doesn't even do this, but I thought something like this, and then where's black's play? Like doubling on the tripling on the c file. There is no sacrifice on
Isn't
c3.
this where you just park up a knight on c5, you go rook c8?
Yeah,
and you go,
I
I'm
presume
solid.
some rook e1 or rook d1. Yeah, but here's the thing, like this dragon variations with white castling short, which are not that sharp and everything, I remember like being surprised that there is an established way of playing, but if white does something else but reasonable, just puts pieces in the center, it's not very easy for black.
Right.
It's like it's considered to be, yes, acceptable, you're not getting to a worse position, but still, there is no easy play. So it's playable. There's nothing wrong. However, computer insists on capturing first. Knight takes, going queen d8. And now it's kind of tricky because for the time being, the the b2 pawn is hanging.
So the desirable bishop g5?
Bishop g5
is going to be met by bishop
will
takes
be met
d5.
by bishop takes d5, and then
you will capture.
Let's
on
say
b2.
pawn takes or queen takes, whatever. Yeah, we capture on b2. We go bishop back to g7. And white does have some compensation, but it's a pawn. Yeah, it's a pawn. Knight c5, rook a7. If we need to defend, right?
Gotcha.
Yes.
Thank you,
Well,
Miro.
thank you.
And
the
the novelty there, according to VAR,
the novelty was
knight
knight c6 by white jumping in. And
Interesting.
I just want to show you guys what it's like playing at this fantastic venue, the Grand Hotel Bucharest.
Ooh,
look at this.
Lovely stage.
You know, we do see the arena set for the players, and look at how the players are thinking. We've got the pacers, Bogdan, Deac playing Praggnanandhaa, Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave against Gukesh.
And the camera, telescopic camera going coming down in that center. Let's just go to the game of Fabi and Jan for a moment. By the way, big thanks to a big shout out to our team in Bucharest for providing those shots. They're very, very nice. We do have this situation, c takes d5, and right here we've been looking at e2, e3, rook takes a2, rook b2. I'm a pawn grubber. I can't help myself. Do I really have to give up the pawn on a2? Can't I please keep my pawns a4?
Yeah, you can play a4. There's nothing wrong.
I'm trying to play for an advantage.
I like the pleading in your voice.
Pleading. Well, that was what Michael Tals said when asked how he felt after losing the World Championship title in a rematch. He said he felt very happy for the Soviet school children. Now they could go back to learning how to defend their pawns rather than having to sacrifice them. Like, oh, a2, a4, something.
Great move. Position is equal with any move for black.
Any
Well, how are
moves
you gonna
being
defend?
Knight to d7.
Any move.
Okay,
Well,
but
knight to d7, bishop f5. Well, maybe what makes a difference is actually the move bishop f5, which stops rook b1. So you didn't play it at first place, and then you won't be able to play it later on.
yeah,
So you can go e3.
Yeah,
Okay.
big threat of knight
And
h4,
the thing goes knight to d7.
Okay.
knight h4.
Knight h4 isn't knight c5 a
Knight-
thing.
Knight f5.
Knight
No, no, no.
c5, knight
knight
f5,
Maybe
Rook
gf5,
b1.
rook to b1. Yes, and we cannot recapture the knight immediately because, again,
Oops.
the pin is there. So rook
Deadly.
b1, queen goes,
Take the knight.
d takes c5, and e6.
Just perfectly.
And
timed.
again, this structure suggests that if any side is better, it can be black.
Right.
Right, because potentially the c5, both c5 and a4 are weak. We understand that b7 can be picked right now, so b7 is lost, but both c5 and a4 are very likely to be lost as well. But you
Rook
capture here,
Take on c5.
capture here. Well, I'm not sure about a4 anymore because white can defend it, but to seriously think that white is playing for a win here,
No.
not really.
No, I wanted to go g4, guys.
Don't do this. Don't do this.
Okay, well.
Yeah, so a4 is a good try, I think.
But once again, a4, bishop f5. We tried
E3.
E3, knight to d7.
And then-
I think what you should be doing is, but yeah, again, this is not much. So that's what computer does anyway. Rook to b1, queen, whatever it goes, c3 over a2. Let's say c3.
Right.
Yeah, but this also feels like
Rook
everyone's
takes
a
pawn,
winner.
bishop takes pawn. And again, I mean,
C1.
I don't know what white tries to prove. Computer still has it like, the variation isn't plus, it's plus 0.02.
No, it's
No.
close to
Zero,
Yeah,
zero.
nothing. it's
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
You've got plenty of nothing, and nothing is
I got
plenty
something
for me.
though. I got something because
What do you
take a
have for
look
me?
at the game between Praggnanandhaa against Bogdan
I'm
Deac.
on it.
Yes, and one of my favorite pawn pushes is on the board, and it came from a Nimzo, as Yasser is indicating. And after a3, the bishop retreated to e7 and d5. I love it. Grabbing the space.
center, you're right, with both hands. So I suspect we're still in the throes of a theory here. D4, D5. You gain a lot of squares, but pardon me. To win squares, you got to give them. So you put your pawn on D5. Probably going to follow it up with G3 or E4, but you did give up the square C5. So let's have a quick look. I'll go castles, and in my mind's eye, I might be trying to put my knight on
Bogdan
C5.
actually did an accelerated version of that.
He
just
played
went
A5
A5 immediately, right?
Okay, fair.
Didn't need to castle immediately. Just
I like the safe king. Okay,
Me too.
A5. And again, are you thinking to follow it up with knight to D4 or G3?
yeah. Well, here I've got 5 games in the database.
5. Okay.
Yeah, and 3 of those games went with white going G3.
Yeah. So one of the things here, and if you just think about this position from White's perspective, it's about your development. What are you going to do with this bishop on F1? It's blocked by the knight, so considering knight F4 and bishop E2 would be a good scheme of development. Maybe in an ideal world, you'd like to play G3, but that has a drawback. You're not castling after bishop takes rook. You can't castle anymore. It's gone.
Yeah.
Neither your rook is
So
lost.
you're losing the castle right after
You're
G3.
losing the right to castle. You don't want to do that. So you play D5, A5, and how did those games go, if you don't mind me asking, Jovi?
Well, 2 of those games were played by an O. Bronstein, and they lost both of their games. O. Bronstein.
Okay, it wasn't David
No,
Bronstein.
it wasn't David Bronstein.
Okay, and how did...
And it was in like a mini match against Maxime Chagayev, and he lost them.
He
Or
lost
they
them?
lost them, yeah.
I am assuming knight A6?
Looks like it's the same game, though. Just like mentioned twice in the database. It is the same game. I think I witnessed this one. It was played very recently in an open tournament in Sardinia this May.
Wow, you get around.
And White was absolutely crushing this game. He was like winning
Terribly
straight after the opening.
Okay, well,
And
let's
how
have,
did it go?
Okay, let's have a look.
After knight A6, how did it go, Jovi?
Okay, I will bring it up. Okay,
Okay.
so what happened? The reason why maybe you don't want to be castling so quickly to the king side for black is that White's plan, as utilized in this game, was to go G3,
Yeah.
and after E5, like
E5?
he did some closing of the center. The knight did come to C5, but I'll tell you White's plan. So White just,
just
went
tell me the
H4.
moves.
Okay,
E5.
so actually, yeah, this is. Okay, so let me go back. So A5 played, and G3 was the response.
Yep.
Castles was the next move.
Okay.
Bishop came to G2. The reason why I was saying the plan was because these are closed positions, so the move order doesn't necessarily matter so much. E5 was then the response by Chagayev, and Queen C2.
Queen C2. Yep.
And then what happened next was that after D6,
D6, yeah.
H4,
H4. Wow. Okay.
and when the knight came to D7,
Yep.
0, 0, 0. It's
Castle's
all about
long.
nothing, yes, but it is something.
Wow. Okay. And castling on opposite
And then
flanks.
after knight C5,
Yep.
G4. I like this type of chess.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Is
this
very
double-edged.
direct.
But the nice part here about the pawns on C4, especially the pawn on D5 and the bishop on G2, black can open up the queen side. The queen side, C7, C6, I'll take the pawn. B5, I'll take the pawn. So in a sense, the queen side is locked or closed, and the king can be comfy on a B1. Okay, that's a nice game.
May I add to this
please.
one? to this one, this specific position that you have, because even though it comes from the Nimzo, right, the structure on the board is somewhat related to King's Indian.
Yes.
And in the King's Indian, Black is very happy to play a5, a4 to lock the queen side because he has his play connected with f7, f5, and so on.
Right.
But as it is on our board, Black can't really play f5 because his king is there, White's king is on the queen side.
Right.
So White's very happy to castle long.
Right.
And yeah, please lock the queen side, so my king will be safe here.
Exactly.
And then he pushes the pawns, like I think in the game he went g5 and knight g3 and was close to crushing.
Nice.
Well, that was kind of irrelevant because Pragg has actually gone knight to f4.
After a5, a knight to f4. So I was saying that the other scheme of development is to play knight f4, bishop e2, without the move d5.
Yeah. Although, do you think White will be wanting to castle queenside with? Well, maybe.
Yes, quite possibly. I'm just I'm looking at the move knight f4, just comparing it not necessarily with the stem game, but at least the game you just cited. The knight f4, you're kind of encouraging me to play the move Black voluntarily played in the game you just mentioned, e6, e5, because after all, it comes with a tempo. If you were to put your knight, I don't know, back to d3, I've got the same position, except this time your pawn's not on g4, and you've maybe bounced your knight around the board.
But
I don't know if knight f4...
And on the other hand as well,
please.
Black hasn't revealed their intentions
Not
too
at all.
early as well, because if you quickly castle queenside with White, Black might go, well, you know, I don't want
I'll
any...
linger as well, and I might castle
Exactly.
with you. Here, I must say, true confessions, I'm not a big fan. I just don't see why the knight needed to go to f4. On the contrary, the move g2, g3 makes perfect sense. I might even ask myself, well, can I even accelerate matters by playing g2, g4, bishop g2? And I am indicating with the move g4 that I do intend to castle long. Knight f4, I'm not a fan, Miro. Is the computer a fan? Knight f4?
Well, computer was a big fan of castling long immediately, which suggests he likes the whole cluster of these positions.
Right.
Doesn't matter, say, the structure, just it prefers to castle long.
Right.
Knight f4, once again, according to this machine, which is not very deep, drops part of the advantage, but not the whole advantage. After knight f4, e5, it does indeed go knight d3. And I presume computer just likes, or rather evaluates this structure, the whole structure, as being better for White.
Okay.
And then, because the center is closed, there won't be much of an issue of White losing a couple of tempi, maybe not really losing a couple of tempi. The knight perhaps is better placed on d3 than on e2.
Okay.
Yeah, so after knight f4, and if you think of it, Black can postpone e5, but for how long?
Right.
Well, because, yeah, I mean, you can't
gotta
really stand with
develop.
pawn on d7. In order to play pawn to d6, e6 will be hanging. So e5, knight d3 is happening in this
Right.
game. So the only question is, if Black were to kind of wait a little bit and go knight a6, what is our next move?
Right.
Because we could castle long nonetheless. We could try to say, okay, you let me play bishop d3 so that after e5 I'll go back, but the bishop is developed, which would be nice in this line,
Yes.
for instance, to have bishop on c2 restricting the knight from c5. And as well, we might mention that after castle, yes, the bishop takes kind of bigger part in the attack being on c2 rather than g2.
Right.
Right. So over here, yes, g4, and then we conquer all the light squares in the position. The knight's going to go to g3. This looks nice, but you know what else looks nice? Yeah, so your idea of going g4 immediately. So computer does not show it, but when you insist on playing g4, it actually says white's better. White's better, yeah. So g4 was a viable alternative to g3.
Cool.
Yep.
Variation. Well, we're going to be looking at a lot of fun.
I think it was fans of the Grob will be cheering madly.
Henry Grab.
And this is a very important game for the standings, because if we take a look, we see Fabiano Caruana 3.5 points, but guess who is half a point behind? Praggnanandhaa with 3 points, and if he beats Bogdan Deac, maybe he can even potentially leapfrog over Fabi. So
absolutely.
Very, very important game from the standings, and especially because, well, it is someone very special to the Grand Chess Tour's birthday. Here we say happy birthday, Chris Bird.
Our many, many times arbiter-in-chief, or chief arbiter, I should say. He has been around. Happy birthday, Chris.
Yes.
My goodness, 70 years young. Wow.
And we will see Chris in action in the US seniors, juniors.
Hopefully he won't be in action. We don't want to see the arbiters in action.
And here you can see him doing his job at the American Cup. I've also seen him at the Incr Cup. He is very much a regular here at the St. Louis Chess Club. A fellow Brit from Hull.
Exactly.
Well, it's come to that time, Yasser, where you do the beautiful honors of
checking in with Q Boutique and seeing what their specials are. Well, check this one out. Unleash your inner chess champion with the 2024 Grand Chess Tour men's and women's jackets. They are made from a blend of high-quality polyester and spandex. These jackets are official apparel of the prestigious Grand Chess Tour. With the tour's logo prominently displayed, you'll feel confident and stylish as you make your winning moves on the chessboard. Elevate your game with these must-have jackets for any chess enthusiast. And by the way, they are really nice. They feel comfy. Available at QBoutiqueSTL.com for all your chess shopping needs.
Yes, indeed. And as we go to break, Anastasiya sat down with a Frenchman, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So take a listen.
Maxime, welcome back to Grand Chess Tour. Welcome back to Bucharest. I think it was a good city for you. What are your expectations from this one?
I always expect to play well. Lately it hasn't been too much the case, so no, but I'm really looking forward. It's first Grand Chess Tour event this year, and of course I plan and I certainly hope to do well in the whole tour, so yeah, this one tournament would be a great place to start.
Absolutely. We didn't see you for some time. What you've been doing all these months, and were you following the first Grand Chess Tour event? Candidates, what are your thoughts on all this? What was happening in the chess world?
No, of course, I've been following. I've been playing, but more scarcely in the past few months. So I've been mostly preparing. I've been obviously following. First of all, of course, in Poland with great remontada by Magnus, where he was also extremely sharp there. And candidates, I must say, Gukesh was extremely impressive throughout, like never really worse, apart from the time trouble with Alireza. So there's nothing else to say about such a performance.
Yeah, it's such a drama at the end also with Fabiano.
Yeah, with Fabiano, yeah, of course, yeah, this I didn't forget. Of course, we all want to see a tiebreak as a follower, so you can think, at first you thought Fabi is going to win, and then Fabi is likely to win, but also he let it slip, and maybe Jan will come back and take it, and it was going back and forth. Of course, Fabi had chances or throughout. I don't think Jan ever got, but it was really exciting to watch, and it was let's say, even if it didn't make it to tiebreaks, it was still a fitting end to that show.
Yeah, and now all the actors are here, yes, and you're going to play against them in this event, and field is really, really exciting this year. We have, let's say, old generation, experienced generation, we have young generation. What do you think about the new guys? Are you going to teach them a lesson or two, as Magnus said previously?
I mean, that's always what we want to do. The reality is not that simple now. We can see they're very well seasoned top players now. I think I've only played with Prag in classical time control. I don't think I've played with Gukesh or with Nodirbek yet. With Gukesh, I'm pretty certain. With Nodirbek, I'm not completely sure because I've definitely played them lots of time in Rapids, and and I don't have the privilege of remembering all of my games lately. But yeah, it should be exciting. Like, they're new players. I'm also bored when I play someone too many times. So it's definitely time that some of the young players challenge us, my generation. For real, like for a real fight.
Do you have some kind of extra motivation seeing them growing so fast? I mean, do you feel that you have to study more, improve more because of them?
Well, I certainly have to study more and improve more, and especially now, like, I'm in danger of falling out of top 25. I don't know exactly the standings, maybe it's even top 30, so I need to catch back up. Yeah, I mean, I want to show that I can still do well, even though it's not the same as when I was number 2 in the world, this for sure.
What do you think about, in general, the state in the chess world? And I'm sure you also were following the Norway chess and the shape of Dingler. And what do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, there's still a few months left. Of course, I've played with Ding in Incr, so it was a bit different time control. And in general, it seemed like at first he was somewhat getting back in shape. Like, had some nice save against Magnus, found some good moves. But then it felt like as soon as things didn't go his way, he was kind of done with the tournament and so on. But of course, in the match, you cannot be done with the match. Like, otherwise you just lose without playing. So we'll see how it goes. I certainly hope to see him back to his best shape. Like, he's been playing fantastic chess. I feel like he can come back. But of course, it's up to him, it's up to his motivation, and it's up to his general mood and feelings. Because of course, you cannot play chess well if you're not feeling well. Chess is too difficult a game, and it requires so much from you that you cannot go if you're not 100% ready.
Absolutely. I feel like you're 100% ready right now. Maxime, all the best of luck for you in GCT.
Thank you.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference, to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Welcome back to round 6 of the Superbet Chess Classic, and during the break we saw a result, and it was fast. It was between Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi. They drew the game, so Fabi is at the top with 4 points out of 6. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he maintains his 50% score with 3 points out of 6. Let's see whether Fabi is going to be caught up by someone else, but let's have a look at that particular game and see how it finished.
Well, when we left it, c takes d5, c takes d5, I had asked Miro, I don't like losing pawns, let's play a2, a4. And yeah, Miro said that's a decent move. And we understand that from Fabi's perspective, if he could play e2, e3, rook b1, bounce around the queen a little bit, maybe this pawn becomes weak, maybe this bishop becomes passive. I think that's the big scare, that the bishop becomes passive. Well, Nepo didn't want to see any of that. So he said, knight d7, let me challenge this knight, which is actually your strongest piece. And after the move rook b1, which makes sense, queen a2. Now, if you capture this pawn on b7, well, black will recapture this pawn on a4, and it's pretty balanced. And here's where the repetition just happened. And I have to say, a bit disappointing. I mean, this is a marquee matchup. These are two of the strongest players in the world, and you reference their challengers, candidates, finals together, and what a thrill that was. And well, Peter's out to a quick draw. Good for Fabi. He protects his lead. Good, bad for Nepo, who
well, Nepo
draws
was black,
6 games.
Right?
Yeah, he was playing with the black pieces.
So the goal is always
Draw,
to hold as
with-
black and to
press.
win with the white pieces.
Press, yeah. So a draw. Fabi keeps his lead, and he leaves it up to Gukesh or Prague. Can you catch me, boys?
Yeah, let's check on those guys.
Yeah.
And for Gukesh, nothing has changed, interestingly, after this last A4.
He stopped.
So I'd insist on my theory being right. MVL's choice of just testing the youngster in a particular very long, deep line of the Marshall so far works out. Okay, I have no understanding of does white have an advantage and how much in numbers. So this is the number I care about now. It's 1 hour on the clock for MVL.
Right.
So if the game is kept alive after, let's say, it continues, it resumes, because at some point Gukesh will be forced to make a move, right? So if it does not liquidate to something absolutely equal, then this 1 hour is going to matter.
Yes. Yeah.
And let's not forget, we have this tricky time control that I actually just caught myself thinking this. Yes, he's low on time, but it's the Marshall, they've made a lot of moves, they'll reach the time control But there is no time control. I'm sorry.
reached.
There is no increment after move 40. Right. So there is no addition to your clock. There is increment after each move, but there is no addition to your clock. So your time trouble is the final time trouble.
And interesting enough, that was one of the reasons that Fabiano Caruana and Cristian in their podcast, they highlighted that Bogdan Daniel was struggling with this time control.
Yeah.
Because, talking about Cristian, let's bring him into the conversation. Because they came up with a theory that this was the reason why Bogdan Daniel was struggling.
C-squared podcaster himself, Cristian.
Well, absolutely, yeah. Regarding Bogdan, the time situation definitely doesn't help him because there's no second time control. There's no way for him to relax once he gets into that time trouble situation. So throughout the last hour and a half of pretty much every single game, he has to play with 30 seconds or less on the clock. And, you know, he's just not geared up very well for dealing with that situation. Nevertheless, speaking of Fabiano's game, I did catch up with him outside of the studio and we discussed a little bit. Of course, he's a player that always wants to fight. He never wants to make a draw in an hour or an hour and a half. So he was not very happy with the outcome of this one, especially with the white pieces. He fights hard with the black pieces. He definitely fights very hard with the white pieces. He wants to put pressure, at least not allow his opponent to have an easy rest day at the office, right? That's the marquee of a very strong player as well. And Fabiano was not happy with that. He said that, unfortunately, he forgot to look at some lines and he couldn't remember his prep. So he chose to tame the position and pull the brakes early on. It's unfortunate, but it happens. And I'm sure he's going to come back stronger in the next few rounds.
Thank you, Cristian, for that insight, and a very important insight. The players prepare so hard and so many variations. Your mind can only absorb so much, and it's not unusual to see a hiccup, not remembering the preparation, and so he pulled the brake. We were talking about the MVL Gukesh game, and I must say I'm still a little bit perplexed as to exactly what it is the move A2, A4 achieves. We've seen the move H7, H6. We've also seen the move Rook E8. To my eyes, Rook E8 makes the most sense. Miro. Yes.
E8.
Yeah. Just saying to White, you've played A4. Please continue. Why?
It looks
why
like you transpose. It looks like you transpose. And you know what? If we have to analyze this, I think let's look at something that's not to be done with White.
Okay.
Right? Because like main line, we will never figure out. People do this with like cloud computing and, you know.
Right.
So, for instance, one of the things which is, let's say, yes.
Let's make a fail.
I'm trying to exchange everything and how good/bad that is. Bishop G6, and then again, I'm not sure. There is knight E5. There is also an idea to go knight H4.
Knight H4.
Interestingly, right. So, point being, you do not capture this guy immediately, but in some positions, you might actually consider, like say Rook E8, and that's what Compute at some point was giving as a move for black. Yeah. Then you exchange, and then you exchange. And you take this guy, and let's say you go Rook A7 or Rook A6, and
Rook A6,
or even King F1 first to stop Rook E2. So it's not much, but you know, it's this one of those one-sided positions that White has something, Black has absolutely nothing to do.
I also just kind of wanted to highlight. Okay, so King F1 is a great move, but I was just thinking, if the Rook came up to A6, Black can't really go on the A6.
A6.
I plan to go to A6. In fact, that just was one square short. Okay. And then, if you try defending it passively, I think you're in quite a bit of trouble, right?
Right. Well, also I was thinking there's a lot of risk to go active as well because
Rook E2.
Yeah, you know, because the king on G8 is pretty vulnerable because you can see Rook takes C6. It's going to be coming.
Rook takes C6. And Rook takes B2 and Bishop D5. Let's say. So again, it's very close to equality, but it's only White who is trying, right?
Definitely.
And let me mention something. Okay, I don't know how to. Let's say B4. Let's just pretend the bishop is not hanging.
Right.
So something like that, and then
Rook to the
Let's say h4, this. So if you happen to get this, where your rook is very active, even 3 versus 3 with opposite-colored bishops is a very hard position to defend, which was proven in one of the games I've witnessed, where one you won this exact position in terms of the structure, right? So I have no idea where the bishop was, but this structure, somehow you go f4, you get to g5, you start going h5. Black never can move neither king or the rook, and so he won it against a 25-50 grandmaster.
Wow.
So even like something like this can be problematic.
Really
So we have the move, rook f to e8, bishop e4, and we are back to theory.
Right, except that it's taken Gukesh a lot of time to get to this position, something that's going to come back to bite him later on as the game develops. Can we take a look at the game between Nodirbek against Anish?
Yes.
And the reason why I want to go there is because you and I, Yasser, made a very quick, very dismissive snap judgment about like that Black couldn't be capturing on d5 too many times and gift White the bishop pair, and we said no one wants to go here. We even said, maybe even I said, this is wrong on so many levels.
I picked that up from Christopher Yu, by the way. I mean, when he came into the studio and said he had been insulted on so many levels, I just love that line.
It's a great line.
It is.
And the reason why it's coming back to bite us because it's actually the approach that Anish chose.
Which surprises me. In my day, we called this Karpov's ending. Anatoly Karpov, the reigning world champion at the time, he defeated Tony Miles and many others with a pawn on d5 and just enjoyed keeping that pawn, pressuring his opponent. The pawn on e7 is a backward pawn. A lot of his opponents would make a bid for freedom by advancing the pawn. That almost invariably failed. And in the meanwhile, way down the road, slowly, Anatoly would advance. And he ground down, just as Magnus Carlsen does today, a lot of the world's premier players. So this was an endgame we just didn't like. And I must say, I still don't like it. I didn't like it then. I don't like it today. What does the modern engines think of this position?
The engine thinks Karpov was right.
Well, White proved it.
Yeah, White is slightly better. So I'm not really sure about the last move, bishop e3, because once again, according to the machine,
you should play
kind of
b5.
makes b5, and you probably should play b5 sooner or later.
Yes.
So something that, once again, if we show not the do's but the don'ts, right? Again, something like, let me do this, let me do, I don't know, rook c8, c4, a5, b3. And you would think the knight on c5 is great, and sure it is. But Black's counterplay is connected with the queen side, because on the other side of the board, the moment you move the pawn to e5, okay, that would be great. Like you go e5 and White forgotten how en passant works. But if White actually captures on e6, doesn't matter what you recapture with, you do so much damage to your structure, so it makes e5 practically unplayable. And that means White has all the time in the world.
And the pawn on
bishop
d5
f3
just
and
cuts the
g3
position
and
in
h4. So there have been examples of these positions being won in a very convincing fashion.
Exactly.
So therefore, after bishop e3, all you're looking for is for the way to play b5. That's, by the way, one of the things that computer recommends was to go c4, in fact, which looks a little bit counterintuitive, but c4, and then I've checked the lines that, in some position it actually uses the fact that b3 is not yet played, so there is an open third rank, and then would lift the rook and go to like a3 or e3. And again, Black has to go b5 at some point, but it's much harder to do now. So after bishop e3, b5 has to be played, and then computer somehow connects White's tries with capturing on c5, which I'm not a big fan of. Say bishop takes, pawn takes, bishop f3. Sure thing, you create a threat of d6, but if Black is kind of attentive and moves either the queen or the rook, so say queen d7, d6, rook a, b8. And what you are getting is pretty much an MVL advantage. Bishop d5, it can be very, very similar. So you're making a point that your bishop, your light colored bishop, is just tiny bit more active than black's bishop.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That'd be about it.
Thank you, Miro.
As we saw, it is a time for Anish to be accurate, and we made
accuracy.
A graph. Well, actually, not we, but our resident statistician Ben Underwood did about the average accuracies of the player, and there you can see Anish Giri there in the middle with 95.9%, and Nepo. He is the most accurate of them all, playing with an accuracy of 98.7%. But this is just the stats for this tournament.
Which is raises a very intriguing point. When you think about our three leaders, Fabi, Gukesh, and Pragg, you would say, hey, wait a minute, they're leading the tournament because they're playing genius moves, or very accurate moves at the least, and yet they're at the bottom of the tournament. That's kind of what a paradox.
But if I may, the counterpoint to this would be that in order to win a game, you have to create a position which is unbalanced.
Right.
In which case, the probability of your mistakes as well as your opponent's mistake is higher. Because if you think at our three leaders in terms of the correctness, the accuracy of the moves.
Yeah.
You know how many draws they made altogether? 15.
Right.
It's Nepo, MVL, and Wesley Saw.
Yes.
So all the guys who never lost or won a single game, they are all draws. So if you play very accurate, but do not put pressure on your opponent, and they play accurate, and you know what happens?
Draw.
Yeah. You need to take risks.
So b5, I would anticipate that Anish would be very eager, actually, to play the move b5. He put his queen on b7 with a purpose, not necessarily to capture the pawn, certainly to put pressure on the pawn, but most definitely he would like to be able to play b5 and b4 as well. We'll keep an eye on this game. MVL, we've already discussed.
We need to go to the game between Alireza Firouzja and Wesley So, because when we last left it, Wesley had challenged in the center with c5, and our response was, well, you just take it and be better.
And for Wesley's fans, they're not going to be very pleased by this posting up move, queen d4. This is, I think when Wesley, in his mind's eye, had visualized this position, he thought, well, the move queen d4 wasn't going to be played because there was this move queen a5 check. Queen a5 check, but in this particular case, queen to b4, the desirable munch has a drawback. The bishop drops in and says,
unfortunate.
Excuse me, but you're going to have to lose an exchange now because both the knight and the rook are hanging. The knight on b7, I must say, makes a very unpleasant, clumsy impression. Rook e8 is what Wesley's played. Maybe in this case he's prepping e5 and queen a5. So let's just imagine, it doesn't matter. I make a developing move.
Okay.
Knight h3. Okay, how would the game continue in this case?
Well, let's have a look at queen a5.
Now the rook is on e8, right? So now queen a5 check is playable because at the end of this particular line, there's nothing to catch on the f8 square, and the knight is happy to go back. So, okay, so rook e8 sets up for...
Does it set up for any other potential tactics? I'm thinking of e5.
Yeah.
That's something that I have to be on guard for.
Sure.
And because of the queen a5 business, I would be tempted to go king f2.
Okay.
But again, queen a5 is still very much in the air.
That was my...
because it's the pawn on a3 as well that's vulnerable.
What was going through my... king f2, you can do it. I'm more of, like e5 is something I have to worry about, right? So I step away from that. I step away from the queen a5 so I can guard all the threats and say, well, you're probably going to have to play d6 or d5, right? And then maybe I can turn the tactics against you and capture and play rook to d1. King f2, on the other hand, is one of those moves you get out of the way of certain tactics like e5, the e file, queen a5. But then at the end of the day, your king may not be happy on f2.
Yeah,
You know?
and there's still Queen A5,
And
which
there's
is
still
the
Queen
move
A5.
that Black wants to be playing.
In this case, you're kind of eyeballing. But again, these pieces make a very sorry impression. If you don't solve them in a nice way, this is a huge advantage for white. But okay, in this moment, rook e8 is on the board, Miro. Tossing it to you and our Silicon friends. How does the computer like
Well,
the situation?
how do you feel about the position? Like, without
I don't
analyzing
like it for black
it too
at
much.
all.
White should be better, right?
Much better.
And that's what computer thinks. So King f2, Jovi's move, is actually great.
Great.
King f2, one of the best moves. And the other move that computer has kind of the same idea. So after queen a5, you do sacrifice a pawn, but not the c5 pawn, the other pawn. Black captures.
What else?
Then, ironically, okay, you have bishop b5, you have knight e2. One of the moves that I thought worth mentioning is queen a1. So you sacrifice the pawn and you exchange the queens. And because this knight is so silly on b7, even there, you are better. So black apparently equalizes, like bringing the knight back and so on. But even here, you are better.
That's quite the line. Queen
Well, what
A1.
computer has as the best line is knight e2.
Okay.
And then you do win the c5 pawn if you wanted it to. But then,
takes.
say, here, bishop e3.
Okay.
And it starts to be like very awkward.
Because the knight b5.
Knight b5 and stuff, yes. And knight a6, knight to b5, rook b8, and
This is-
Bishop takes-
rook b8 loses to rook c1. What's the move? Rook d8. It's so awkward. Like even if I put the knight on d6 or something. So
Yes.
in all those lines, even though black is a pawn up,
But this
white is given
dreadful.
almost a pawn advantage. So plus 78, something like that. And, well, it might not be relevant to, let's say, the evaluation of the position. Just, I'm happy to mention that sometimes Yasser blunders.
Queen c3?
in a nice way. Yeah, so I mean, it's ironic that
I'm trying to be solid.
I would do the same, yeah, but like you're fighting with e5 and you actually blunder e5. And
Yeah.
that's very often what happens, right?
Knight takes
So
e4.
e5, and then if bishop takes, it's some knight e4, and
Queen
I don't even know
h4.
how it works yet,
Queen
but it
h4
works.
check.
Ah, yeah, I got it. So
That B
check, and this guy is
Yeah.
hanging.
Remember the rook on
yes,
d1?
I remember.
And this, it would be queen g5 check.
Thanks.
Okay,
to
so
our
white has to be careful.
But knight e2 is a good
92
move.
is a good one. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I've also tried to be kind of clever and fight with queen a5 in another way by going rook b5,
Also looks
which
good.
so far doesn't spoil anything. But after a6, my idea was to go rook b6.
Naturally.
Because, moving away doesn't make too much sense. And rook b6 apparently, again, runs into something. Because d6, and if you take, it's some e5,
E5.
or knight d7 even. Knight d7 and then e5.
E5.
Yeah, so once again, we have to be careful. We have, as white, we have like a lot of controls over dark squares. We have the center, blah, blah. But
Right.
half of our pieces are still not developed.
Right.
So the good moves are, okay, move the king, go with the knight. I presume like moving the light square bishop shouldn't be that
terrible.
bad. Yep.
But 92
92 is probably...
really has my, especially in the line you cited, queen a5 check, knight c3, queen takes c5,
Queen takes c5,
queen
yeah,
takes
queen takes
c5,
c5, knight takes c5.
and bishop to e3.
Bishop e3, yeah, knight
Big
b5,
advantage.
knight b5 is also an option.
Yeah, big
Knight b5 is
advantages.
also an option.
Because
yes,
you're
bishop e3.
all your dark squares, and again, you were pointing out knight a6, knight b5, rook d8, and I'm sitting there saying, oh, I get to munch my pawn back. Knight takes a7 is an option I find to be very friendly.
Knight
And
a7.
Knight d6 is such a lovely
Knight
move.
d6. Gary Kasparov would have those variations of the English where he'd sacrifice a pawn in order to get his knight to d6. He would be like,
in seventh heaven here.
Wait a
as
second.
white.
I don't quite get it. So knight d6. What's computer is doing after
Knight c7 only?
You have to go knight c7.
Yeah. Because I thought this would be ironic. Take, and then you've exchanged my knight on d6, and then neither your knight, bishop, or rook can possibly move. Oh, well, okay, you do have rook b8. Yeah, white just wins the pawn back.
Okay.
But yeah, if I would have like a couple of moves more, black wouldn't be able to move at all.
Right.
Right. Like.
But knight d6 came with the threat of knight takes c8. So you'd actually have to play knight c7.
Knight c7.
Yeah.
And even this one's like more pleasant for white. So all those positions, even though white has sacrificed the pawn, has great compensation. And moreover, there are such scenarios where you've sacrificed the pawn, your position is good, but you have to be super exactly precise, narrow path. Here, you just do reasonable things, and white's better.
Right.
Yeah.
Very good. Rook e8 on the board. Let me just update. And by the way, what are the clock times between the players? Because that's usually an indication of who's the better prepared player.
And when it comes to that, Yasser, Alireza has 1 hour and 2 minutes, and Wesley 1 hour and 34 minutes.
Okay, so that I am finding that a bit surprising, that because when we left it, if you remember, the move knight a5 was an early knight a5 and c5, a rare bird, and that was flicked out rather quickly. So the moves that Wesley just played couldn't have been that big a surprise, and we are looking at knight e2 as well as king e2. Development is good,
yes.
Jovi.
Development of course,
good.
Keep it natural, don't worry about material.
Right.
I like this kind of chess.
Where would you like to take us?
Well, maybe we can go to the game between Maxime against Gukesh.
Okay, as Gukesh, reminding those who are joining us late, Gukesh is tied for second, along with his countryman Pragg. He is black against MVL. MVL might have surprised him, or certainly did surprise him with A4.
Yeah, he kind of employed a main line and
with a little side variation.
Yes.
And caught Gukesh
and
a bit.
asked Gukesh, hey, what's your memory like? And this move.
Bishop f8.
Bishop f8.
Bishop f8 was not played, according to the database that we have.
Novelty.
It's not dramatically bad or anything, but computer somewhat prefers white in those lines. Okay, one line I'm curious to see in particular, so AB5, AB5, and then it suggests to take on a8. And you would think that that's exactly what we are fighting against with black, right? Because bishop f8, there is no pin on the 8th rank, so that means you can capture on e1. However, after king g2, strangely, there is no bishop f1 or something, yeah?
I would take on a8. I'm a little bit afraid about that pin on the...
So this one, it has as being better for white, so after rook a8.
Take that guy.
Rook a8, yeah. And then, like all of a sudden you say, you know what, I've changed my mind. I'm no longer inclined to trade the queens. And if you think of it, like with queens being on the board, bishop d6 to f8 looks like a loss of a tempo.
You'd like your bishop
if you were planning to attack the king,
Yeah, because now you start to worry about rook e5.
So now this bishop is somewhat awkward on d3.
Right.
And the moment you move the queen, you're not forced to, but like say you go queen d7 in order to go back to kind of go rook e8, then knight e4, and voila, we have a pair of bishops, I guess. Yeah, because bishop c4, bishop c2, white does not have a pair of bishops, but it's a very rare scenario where in martial attack, it's actually white who has the attack.
Right.
So bishop is really
misplaced.
Offside. Yeah. So after bishop f8, yes, this ab5, rook a8 is one thing. You can always go for an endgame like this. I'm not sure, once again, about the moves order. So you exchange the queens, the rooks, the pawns on b5. And interestingly, even this is not 100% innocent, Because if you manage to play bishop c5, so black has a pair of bishops, which we usually refer as the kind of positive factor.
Right.
But the moment you kind of take the dark square bishops off the board and white gets knight to d4 or knight to c5, we'll start talking about white knight being superior to the black bishop in this particular position.
Actually,
so even this one looks promising.
Not for nothing, but I would find this particular endgame attractive because I'm just thinking the bishop on d4 is
Bishop
so
on
very,
d4
very,
is
very,
nice,
very nice. Yeah. Okay, so so possibly MVL applying some pressure in this one. The bishop retreating to f8. That I really do find that surprising. I did like h7, h6 as has been previously played. Again, bishop to d6. This very straightforward looking stuff. What we were just looking at, rook takes e8, rook takes e8. All of these moves are captures, by the way. So they're very, very forcing lines of play. And here you might think to yourself, oh, I should be playing knight to b3 and bishop to c5. In this case, you've got to be concerned about bishop to c2. That's why I really liked the suggestion of b4. From white's point of view, this bishop is looking really good. I'm ready to go bishop to c5. Maybe even I can slow play it too, Jovi. Put the knight on e3.
Yasser, you've called it because the moves that you've predicted, they're happening.
Well, in fact, as Miro said, but in this particular case, in particular, it was the move bishop f8 that kind of encourages MVL to do this. These guys are grinders, man. It's going to take you, if you look at this position and you go, well, it's going to take you like hours, to prove your advantage. It really will take a long time.
Yeah.
But when I think about MVL's tournament and
he's on
Wesley
50%. But here you can see it, a very clean 50%.
What a victory could mean, though.
Maxime has just drawn all of his games. So if he wins this against Gukesh, he brings Gukesh down, and right. Gukesh is currently in second place with 3 points out of 5.
MVL would leapfrog him.
Exactly, and for Maxime, he has fallen out of the world's top 10.
Right.
And it's very important for him to do well in the Grand Chess Tour standings in order to get invited back next year.
It's remarkable that, MVL has been in the world's top 10 for so long. Also, he's been a former Grand Chess Tour champion. So, we don't usually see him struggling. And I don't know, Miro, have you been following his career closely? How did he have a terrible tournament that he dropped out of the top 10?
Recently?
He didn't make the candidates?
That's a good question, because I remember someone mentioning, MVL lost so much rating, so I kind of believed it.
Right.
But now that you're asking me what tournament exactly...
Where did it go wrong?
Not really.
Just little slippage here.
Little by little, I guess.
Yeah, no big breakthroughs for this, for me, extraordinary player, and well prepared as well.
Right, he is absolutely incredible, also with an amazing tactical vision. But Maxime actually qualified for the 2024 Grand Chess Tour because he finished in 3rd place last year. And the top 3 will automatically get invites back into the next season.
Very, very deserving of his place. And by the way, straight into that ending, again, it's an ending I would find attractive to play as white. I don't see any dangers, and boy, on a good day, if that knight gets to a beautiful outplay post, I want to play bishop c5, I want to trade off the dark squared bishop, and if we imagine a situation, strategic situation, where the dark squared bishops are taken off the board and white gets his knight to d4, it ends up dominating the bishop. He's disparaged a lot. Fred Reinfeldt wrote a lot of beginner's book. and I fell for them all. I would go to the Seattle Public Library and I read all of these Chernev and Fred Reinfeldt books. And one of the things that Fred Reinfeldt taught me to really appreciate was a dominating knight. He would always have these examples. I don't know why. I mean, maybe he had bad karma against bishops and he wanted to show how knights can dominate. And he would show these positions where a knight could go to all of the complexes and the bishop could only stay on its diagonal and was a spectator, essentially. So we can imagine that Gukesh does not want to get into one of those situations where his bishop is a spectator. How can he, Miro, how can Gukesh avoid falling into one of the positions I've just described?
Well, there is one other path for the game.
Please.
Say bishop, not sure that's h3 or d3 would possibly lead to the same setup. So say Gukesh goes bishop d3,
Right.
and then I presume knight b3, black's ready to go bishop c4 to disturb the knight.
Right.
But one thing you can do after bishop d3 is to go knight f1.
I like that one.
And you'd put it on e3.
To
I'd say
attack.
if black makes a non-move, right, you go to e3.
Give me the
and
pawn
if,
on d5.
Yeah, like d5's hanging. If bishop c4, then somehow the bishop is... we just take the bishop and...
Attack the
I don't know
pawns.
why yet, but computer says white's winning. So b takes...
Attack the pawns.
so these guys probably lost sooner or later. Rook a5?
Well, the problem is
Rook
b8,
b8.
bishop e5.
Bishop e5.
And
then, in order to
Houska-
defend the pawn, you have to lift the rook, and then here comes the pin.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, terrible. Anyway,
That sounds like a song. Here comes the pin.
after knight
The pin
f1,
is mightier than the sword.
By the Beatles.
after knight f1, one thing black can do is try to take, but then again, after king f1, it's almost impossible to protect b5.
Wow.
So in fact, knight f1 is one mighty idea,
It's nice.
and black has to react with something along the lines of g5 and possibly even like sacrificing a pawn. No, and
Bishop
he's the
G7.
one who wants to trade the bishops.
No kidding.
Wow.
Now that's
This is
surprise.
something that is not that easy to comprehend if you did not analyze it before. So you are the one who wants to trade these bishops and keep the light square bishop on a board.
That's not intuitively obvious
That's not
to me.
very obvious.
No.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Bishop to d3, knight f1, g5, and force the trade of bishops.
Well, I was thinking G6, but I didn't think
Okay.
G5.
Well, g6 was kind of the second
Bishop
best.
G7 was what.
yeah,
but it was
idea
only
of-
because you guys were explaining about how dominating the knight was, and then it
Right.
became very obvious that this bishop on D4, it's got to go.
Gotta go.
And
Gotta
take a
go.
look again at the clock situation. We see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has 1 hour, 49 minutes on the clock, whereas Gukesh 45 and ticking down. Well, that leads me to believe that Maxime is very well prepared.
Yes, he
And
is.
it takes him a long time before he actually has his long things. And on that subject, we do
what's
have
his
the
long
average
things?
number of moves to the first deep think. And take a look. Who is in the lead there? MVL with an average of 14.5 moves before he takes his first thing. Nepo is another quick player. He's also at the top. We saw today that he was very well prepared. Could
Ready
not
to
be
snap
surprised
out.
by Fabiano, and Anish. Giri is also very well prepared with 14.2. And we also see Bogdan Deac. He takes his long things around about move 9.
But on that Giri, if you look at that graph and you say Giri snaps out 14 moves a la tempo before he goes into a deep think. Yes, the day before the free day, he snapped out 20 moves and then went into an hour think.
Yes.
That was
And
very
What's
curious.
surprising to me actually, because look who's next to
Gukesh and
Caruana. Deac is
Oh, sorry.
Caruana.
Fabi is way down there at the bottom. I think in his particular case, it's like he's weighing which lines out of his prep that he wants to go to. I mean, he's so well prepared.
And we see Bogdan Daniel Deac on our cameras. This is how he prefers to sit at the board.
That's his posture, yeah.
How did you sit at the board, Yasser?
Seriously, it's not a joke. I kind of laugh about it when I think about it. When I was a kid, Paul Keres played at the Vancouver, British Columbia Open, and I went to watch the great, immortal Paul Keres. And he was sitting at the board, a stiff back, very stoic, very, there. He just made this fantastic impression. I couldn't play like Paul, but I could at least try to behave. So I tried as best I could to keep a very stiff and proper posture. But I do find myself slouching at times and and I think that's a bad posture to have. If you can remain stoic, seated, hands together, clasped, I'm impressed.
Yeah.
It's hard.
That's very hard.
Yeah. How do you at the board? Are you a sloucher?
Yeah, I'm a sloucher. I've been accused by my students and my friends of having
friends as well?
of having a resting board face.
A resting? Like one of these?
Like I just sit there like I'm not, and they like to clip me. And they send me photos and they write bored much and I'm like...
Yeah. Miro, at the board, do you try to project this image of absolute command and control?
At times.
At times?
At times, yeah. It really would depend on the opponent, right? So, like, think if I'm the higher rated and I feel like in control, that would be reflected in the posture. Right?
Okay, you have to carry the flag of a higher rated player.
Yeah.
Across the playing hall.
Let's have a look. And there you can see Wesley.
Is that the resting facial posture you mentioned, that friends and family?
No,
this is Daniel's
this is
intense,
in full
hawkish.
concentration.
Right.
And let's move on.
Yes.
Gukesh.
Gukesh.
I think I would sit more like Gukesh.
Gukesh.
But with the less piercing eyes. He's got very piercing, focused eyes.
Michael Tal also had these.
And, and Anish, well, he's famous for being a pacer.
Yeah, he's always up from the board.
He's always up from the board. He's always like looking at other people's games.
Hand and chin. Yeah. Both players are. I noticed Nodirbek getting some stares across the board. Looking across the board at his opponent. I've tried to avoid the hand to the mouth or over the mouth. Just for whatever reasons, that always indicated to me nervousness. Don't ask me why. People who are playing with their mouths, they're nervous. Like playing with your lip. Have you ever had people doing that?
Yeah, I'm...
Covering their eyes.
Covering their eyes? No.
Yeah, like this, like...
Never had that.
Really? Okay. But if you, again, to be a stoic at the board and trying to sit, some really, really great players that I thought were great at that. Anatoly Karpov was a perfect poker player at the chessboard. He didn't reveal himself.
And look at
John Nunn.
I was just looking at the Hobbit cams where we could go really up close and personal. And, MVL had his eyes focused in one direction, the queen side.
He was eyeballing that b5 pawn. Very, very, very juicy. Anyway, he has an advantage. Just to throw it out there, we love it when you do test us and join the conversation. There's a social media that I like these questions very much.
Yes.
So I want to encourage them.
We actually have a couple.
Oh, well, timing couldn't have been more perfect. Let's go.
You're a bit eager. But I get another question from Martina Skogval. Who is the strongest Romanian player in history? Does Deac have the potential to become the strongest player?
Well, thank you, Martina.
Thank you.
I don't know that much about the Romanian chess players' history, but of course we saw the great Florin Gheorghiu, who had been in the world's top 10. I think of Nisipianu.
Wasn't he world champion?
I don't know if he's in the world top 10.
No, he qualified. What, Nisipianu?
Yes.
he
semi-final.
It was
I think
in the
it's Las
semi-final.
Vegas semi-final,
From
right?
the-
in
from
the
the
knockout
KO
world
knockout.
championship.
He's always been really, really good.
Right, but in terms of like rating,
top 10.
I think 27. So he never got into top 10.
Yeah, okay, so at his peak, Nisipianu was 15th in the world.
And definitely a dangerous player. I mean, he could scare anybody and win on any given day. But the Romanian players, to my knowledge, I'm thinking for me, it's the candidates. Did they make the candidates? Now, turning to Bogdan, definitely incredibly strong player. I mean, there's no question, he's in this tournament and justifiably so. But with junior players, there's so many challenges that they face in their lives. Will they dedicate themselves? Will they, break into the 2700 class? Will they break into the 2750 class? The jury's out.
Yeah, and here you can see some stats on Bogdan Daniel, just 22 years old, with a universal rating of 2685. He's actually the only player in this event that is under 2700, but he's not to be underestimated. 2024 Reykjavik chess champion, and it takes talent, right, to win these big open events.
It certainly does. Thank you for that one.
And we have another question. So let's again bring it on. Another one from Martina Skogval. What is the future of classical chess formats in general? Ooh.
Well, I'll take a crack at that one. For me, the fairest has always been the double round robins. I really like the idea. Like in this event, there's 9 rounds, clear. A player is going to get 5 whites and 5 blacks. And that always felt unfair. I like very much what Norway has done with the double round robin.
And
with
the
classics.
Armageddons, do you like that?
I love that. I love having a playoff immediately after the game. You draw the game, great. Play an Armageddon. I just love that
and
format.
what about the scoring system of 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw?
Well, you have to accommodate the idea that the player who wins the Armageddon is going to get more points than the player who didn't. So whatever points system, I'm not sure. I'm not the mathematician to say that. But in our event...
Yeah, you can see we do have this very unusual time control of 2 hours, 120 minutes, plus a 30-second time bonus. No draw offers are going to be allowed. Right. And this does make this type of event unique. But in terms of classical chess, I do feel like the chess world has to adapt a little bit. And maybe we need to speed it up a little bit more.
Time controls.
Yeah, maybe even have 90 minutes.
I agree.
Plus a 30-second time bonus, so that we get the drama, we get the entertainment, because we have to balance out. Exactly, we have to balance out the whole thing of do we want the players to play the most precise moves, or do we want it to be entertaining, sporting? So that's a big question.
Miro, jump in on the
Blitz.
Readers, viewers.
That's the future of classical chess. We're all going to be playing Blitz. Now, well, I'm with Jovi on this one because the theory before very strong engines was the more time you give to a human player, the better the quality of play is going to be. But now we've realized that no matter how long we think, there will be mistakes.
Right.
So let's at least make it dynamic, entertaining, and perhaps predictable in terms of how long the round's going to go.
Yeah.
So that's my personal opinion, but I think we are headed towards this
And
direction.
speaking about Blitz, let's check out the upcoming Grand Chess Tour schedule, because
It comes
Miro...
right after Bucharest.
Exactly. There you see it is the Super United Rapid and Blitz in Zagreb, Croatia. A lot of our players will be moving on to that tournament. Then comes the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. That's in August here in St. Louis, and then at the end, it is a classical event, the Sinkfield Cup.
Very, very
Then we will
nice.
find out who will be the GCT champion.
Just along the question of the the classical time controls, I do think they're speeding up. After all, as we were coming on the show, much excitement there in Bucharest as Romania will be playing the Netherlands in the football match. Well, in football, soccer, if you will, the most popular sport in the world, it's a 90-minute game.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, that's asking a lot from the spectators.
I agree completely. And I remember having a discussion with you both where I was saying that a few years ago I was watching tennis. And to me, it was really boring to watch the men play tennis because it was like serve, ace, ace,
volley,
ace. And there was like no rallies. And
Right.
they're just like, well, where's the excitement here?
Right.
When I found it much more entertaining to watch the women's tennis because there you had the rallies, you had the unforced errors, and then you told me actually because I dropped tennis after that.
Right.
They made the ball
So
different or something. Yeah.
So that it's not just serve and volley and done.
Yes. And another subject, maybe we should also check in with Cristian, our man on the ground in Bucharest.
Yes, Jovi, I just got back from the playing hall, and I have to say I'm a little bit concerned for Gukesh. You know, with the engine in front of us, it's easy to say it's an easy draw. He will find a way to equality. But with 35 minutes on the clock and counting downwards, and MVL, I have to say, he looks very, very confident. I'm not feeling very good about Gukesh's position. And as you can see, MVL maintains the pace. I'm sure he's already out of his preparation, but he's looked at this position, this type of positions, right? This type of end games. He knows where to place his pieces. Gukesh doesn't, and his clock is ticking down. I'm a bit worried about him, despite the fact that, sure, with an engine, it would be an easy draw. Another player that I'm worried about is Wesley So. Alireza is having a pretty decent position. He's been strolling around the playing hall. He's looking very confident as well. In terms of the clock, they're kind of at a similar situation, but I have to say, this position plays itself for white, for Alireza. And if he manages to castle, well, put the king to safety, that's going to be big trouble for black. With two bishops, this is the type of position that Alireza revels in. So these two players, Wesley So and Gukesh, I have a feeling they're not going to have an easy time in today's round. What about you guys? What do you feel about today's games?
Cristian, we concur. I mean, absolutely no dissension from me. I love this move, knight e2 from Alireza. We had been focused mainly on queen a5 check, right? And we were saying, like, in this, which was the line where we were, I think it was knight c3. We were losing or jettisoning or voluntarily gambiting our pawn on c5, because what we were getting in return was this absolutely fantastic knight that was posting itself up on d6. And, you know, that I didn't like this position at all for Wesley So. And I'm a pawn grubber, so you know it's bad when I'm like, no, you can't play like this. This is not fun.
There's no coordination. And like everyone mentioned, Wesley is in danger of getting his queenside locked out.
Exactly.
And, well, let's also go over to the game between Nodirbek against Anish, because the two players are playing very, very quickly.
Oh, bishops of opposite color. Uh-oh. Does it mean? Yes, it does mean that that he did play b5. And that whole trading sequence, my goodness. Yeah. Cristian, they went through a whole sequence that Miro suggested ages ago, and they bishops of opposite colors.
No, absolutely. And I have to say, Anish, I think he's just simply ready to watch the match. So he's speeding through the process. He wants to finish this one. He equalized with the black pieces. The Najdorf worked perfectly for him. And right now he's ready. You see on the camera, he's wearing that orange shirt of the Netherlands. He's supporting his team. He definitely wants to go back to his room and watch the match. And I think the players are going to agree to a draw any time.
Yeah, they're just looking for that repetition of moves. And did we have? No, we haven't seen any repetition yet. A draw, doubtlessly going to
wait
occur
1
there.
second.
Oh, please.
Because Cristian referenced that he's wearing the colours of Holland, the orange shirt.
Yes.
But Nodirbek keeps eyeballing
The orange shirt?
the orange shirt or Anish.
Yeah.
And if you know that your opponent just wants to be out of there as quickly as possible,
Yeah. Do you
shouldn't you be the real
jerk and not let him go? I am. I'm that guy. I'm that jerk. I see that.
make him like play on and on,
Yeah.
get to witness your opponent's frustration.
Right.
They'll make a mistake and then you'll pounce.
There you go. And I remember reading it in Vasily Smyslov's Best Games of Chess. He was white. He was playing in a Soviet championship. There was a fantastic ballet. He was going to the tournament hall to make an easy draw with his opponent and take his wife to the ballet. They had their tickets, they had the seats, everything. And he offered an early draw to his opponent, who saw exactly what you were saying. The wife ready to go. And he said, no, I am playing. The good news, he missed the ballet.
Yeah.
And won the game.
Okay.
Because you've got to punish your opponent when they don't take the draw.
Isn't there a famous game where Spassky?
Yes, against Luboš Kavalik.
Yeah,
They both
he
showed up
showed
in
up.
sporting outfits at the great tournament in Tilburg, Interpolis. Yeah.
And he even brought a racket with him.
Yeah, they both brought their rackets and tennis balls. Jump in on this, Miro. Have you ever been in a game where you knew your opponent was anxious to, I don't care, catch a flight or, you know, go to a sporting match?
Honestly, not aware. I think I had something like this when I had to yeah, but I wasn't in such a time trouble. So say there was a situation which if I would play 6 hours, I would miss the flight or something, or miss the train, whatever.
Right.
Yeah, but never happened. Never come to reality. So
I had one situation where I had to catch a flight.
Yes.
And it was in Mainz, you know, when they used to do the chess 960 and the
Yes.
Blitz. And
I like that tournament.
I think I had like 5 minutes to play this Blitz game. I turn up
soon, yeah.
and I'm playing the German GM, Roland Schmaltz, I think is his name. He was actually the fastest player on the internet at the time, Hawkeye.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
and so I thought I
remember.
have the perfect opponent. And sure enough, he blitzed, I won. And then I ran as quickly as I could and I missed my flight.
Oh, no. That's the worst feeling after making every effort to do so. Miro, what's caught your attention in this round 6?
Well, next move of Gukesh, because he did identify the idea of exchanging the dark square bishops.
Not with G5, but with
G6, yes, and now the line could follow with knight a3,
right?
Bishop to G7, Bishop C4. Well, I'm getting confused. So Bishop C4, wasn't it the same line?
But you can give up.
Yep.
Can you go Bishop G7 now? This
Bishop
is what
G7,
I was saying. Give up.
Right, you are.
And check on E1 and
Bishop
check on
G7,
C1.
so that if Bishop takes G7, yeah, let's show this one. Bishop G7 happens, then there is a check, King G2, Rook C1. This
Just
is
in time.
absolutely equal. And the other one that I was thinking, if you take here, Bishop takes, Pawn takes, but then there is Rook C8. So if not for Rook C8, and I don't know how to do it. Yeah, let's say do it this way. So all I wanted to say that something like this, this can be lost. I wanted to show that with one pawn there could be still a draw, but Black has to suffer, which he doesn't because he has Rook C8. Anyway, so that means after knight d3, Bishop C4 is good. However, Bishop G7 also seems to be playable. Okay, how much do we believe in this? Because that's what computer is saying, that this is also playable for Black.
Because after Bishop E4, you have active pieces. You put your
Well, that's a
bishop on
pawn.
yeah, that's what
a
I'm
pawn.
saying.
That's something that I cannot kind of get behind. Cannot get behind. I understand computer probably will survive.
But it's not
Well, hang on a
fun.
second. If you park the bishop on f3,
Well,
we
hold
got
on.
like
I-
mating ideas.
I start with rook
that's-
d1,
that's-
let's say. I start with rook d1.
Rook d1, I presume that they're going to go
Okay, rook c8.
Rook c8. No, all I'm saying, like, even if, and you go here, can bring the king to e1, and then at some point play c4.
Yes.
So there is not really a checkmating idea with the knight on e3,
Well,
right?
I'm going to argue that you can go f5,
Yes.
king f6.
King f6, and let's say okay, now knight c2, knight d4, and I'm actually winning. So apparently your setup to hold the position wasn't the same. No, well, seriously, I find this one to be much safer
cleaner.
if it has to go for the rook endgame, because white has other options. H4, then I'm waiting for you to go bishop g7, and I go knight c2, and I'm returning back to the original plan of exchanging the dark square bishops, getting knight on d4.
Right.
Yeah.
All in
Which
all,
we always knew was fun for one side.
so it's all in all, once again, it's holdable, but very unpleasant for black, it seems.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
thank
Gukesh,
you.
as mentioned by Cristian, he said he was worried about Gukesh, but Wesley so as well. Let's just check in because it's been a while.
We haven't checked in on a game between Praggnanandhaa and Bogdan Daniel because this was one of our marquee matchups.
Yeah,
if Praggnanandhaa
could win,
beats Bogdan Daniel, then he will tie Fabi for first place.
And let's catch up with those two players. When we left it, we had seen this, I don't know if I can call it a minor hiccup, but the move knight e2 to f4, I looked at askance. And, well, as Miro was mentioning, despite losing some tempi, this knight from e2 went to f4, to d3, back to c1. Overall, the basic situation is a cramped position. The pawns on c4, d5 make black's counterplay or play awkward, and white has gained more space. He's just played the move e4. Very much in the whole concept of the two bishops, we can do a quick do's and don'ts. At first blush, the move f5 is something that you would like to accomplish. However, after captures, this is where we can see what white would love to do. White would love to trade the light square bishops and on a good day put his knight on e4 where it will be a Thor, a god of thunder. You know, the knight would be excellently placed there. So Daniel has to be very careful about his break. The break that he desires is f5, and one of the things that he might want to consider is the move bishop to g5 as a prelude to any of this stuff. It's just nice to have the bishop out. Sometimes it stops f4, not that f4 was ever a threat, but you control c1, and you can imagine that the bishop is actually useful. I suspect the computer thinks it's even, but in human terms, which side would you rather have?
Well, I'd be playing black this one because I'm, a King's Indian player.
Right.
And something that I think is interesting in this position, regarding computer evaluation, we all know how pessimistic computer usually is about King's Indian structures. The moment white plays d5, it starts giving +1. Yeah, white's pretty much a pawn up.
Right.
A lot of space. So the fact that in this position, with bishop g5 or like other moves, slow moves, computer tends to prefer black up to -0.5. Suggests that in this particular structure, maybe the dark square bishop is important, but computers suggest that black is better in the long run. So from what I've seen it was doing, it's trying to organize f5 after g7, g6. So it would go bishop g5, for instance, after queen c2 would go g6. And the reason for that would be, again, I'm not sure, I'm just speculating. So I say rook b1 preparing b4, right?
Right.
No, it doesn't play f5. I wanted to say this. Look, here, and sometimes, or oftentimes, f4 is why black is not very happy recapturing with the g-pawn. And here, kind of a 4 knight d3 works for black, right? Or I could have captured on d3 first and only then went f5. But no, computer doesn't even do this. It plays it very, very slow.
So
Bishop to d7.
b4.
The moment you want to play b4, I'm not scared, perhaps, right? Because it's a big question, like who benefits from opening the position up? All of a sudden, the rook's
You're
playing,
the first one on the a5.
Yeah, and even here, it's not f5. It's some h5. It's some deep stuff.
And what about Yasser's plan of just going knight takes c5?
With white, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, let me update this one. So e4, let's say we went here, we went here.
g6.
And to take.
Also, yeah, where do you park the queen? Should you be parking on e2 or it's irrelevant?
Yeah,
because
I don't know for now.
Yeah, because what I wanted to do was I wanted to put it on e2.
Yeah.
Yep.
g6.
G6, and then knight takes.
Knight takes, pawn takes, yeah.
Bishop a4.
That's my man.
And
Bishop
and
a4,
grab all kinds of light
that's
squares.
the moment where I'll probably go f5, right? And, well, I don't know, to be honest, because I remember Timur Rajabov, at some point of his career, he was playing pretty much exclusively the King's Indian.
Yeah.
And there was one game which really surprised me when, pretty much what you were saying. Okay, let me... do not pay attention to what's happening, right?
Right.
So I just want to, bishop goes, takes. So a structure like this, where white has a very good knight against kind of a bad bishop.
The Thor.
And then he managed somehow to get rid of this, but he simply, say, the pawn was not blocked, and he went e4 and got rid of the pawn. And then the bishop on g7 is powerful, he wins back the b2 pawn, and he won again against like 1 year, someone very strong, 2700. So even these positions are playable with b6 takes c5, because if anything, it gets rid of very strong white's positional idea of advancing
b2, b4.
But yeah, again, the whole position is made up, and black shouldn't really get this one.
Exactly.
Right. So I presume it should be
G6.
comfortable. Yeah. So you go bishop g5, you go g6.
I remember.
Yeah, maybe you just push this pawn forward. Yeah, that's what computers do.
I remember a game, I thought it was absolutely remarkable. It was a big matchup, one of the online tournaments. Dinglerin was white, Magnus Carlsen was black. Great matchup. Everybody was looking forward to this. And Dinglerin has, at that time, was very justified reputation as a King's Indian defense player. So Magnus ends up playing the King's Indian defense player against the king of the King's Indian defense. And Magnus never played for f5. Kind of like what you just did. He went g6, h5, king g7, and like he didn't play. And I think the game, if I remember, ended in a draw, but it was a game that Magnus was never worse. And he never played for f5, which is usually the source of all the counterplay in the King's Indian. And it was a very impressive game. E2, Prague has just played e3, e4. Times look even. As I can see from
58
your
minutes
board
against
there.
1 hour. Really
looks even there.
Pretty level.
Cool. Wesley So. Let's just go back to the Alireza Wesley So. Now, Alireza, he's at the 50% level, but unlike Nepo and MVL and Wesley, he got there by winning and losing. After the move knight e2, queen a5 check, knight c3, and Alireza is saying, please be my guest, capture this pawn, and we've been analyzing, and we didn't like the outcome of those positions for Wesley. Wesley said, I'm not capturing your pawn, but I also don't like that the knight, bishop, maybe even rook will come to b5, a7, a6. It's kind of a surprise that Wesley can just chill and take the time to play a quiet move like that at this moment. Are we do we believe him? I have
Well,
my
I'm
doubts.
looking. First up, my eyes are drawn to bishop to e5.
Bishop to e5. Let me grab that knight and destroy the king side pawn structure. So shall we continue the line for just a moment to see how good or bad it might be?
So bishop takes knight.
Bishop takes f6, gf6, queen takes f6.
I'm very happy with myself. I won a pawn. Well, I won the pawn back.
You won the pawn back, and for the moment, though, also I understand you're really in my business. I don't like my king, but maybe your king is actually also a little bit.
Yeah, I have a hiding place in mind for it. So.
Where's your hiding?
Okay, I'm going to go bishop d3.
Okay, I could. Okay, maybe I'm gonna.
Maybe you're going to go queen e3.
Yes.
If you go queen e3, then I go bishop e2.
Okay.
But where my hiding place was, I'll tell you. It was going to be bishop d3, king e2.
you didn't run very far.
No, I wasn't going to run that far.
Right. From the start, okay, not discounting your idea, bishop e5, bishop f6, I just love messing up my opponent's pawn structure. For me, I'm thinking this pawn on c5 is really useful, and I would be inclined to play bishop e3.
Yeah.
I mean, in a sense, please snack away, eat my pawn on a3, queen takes a3, bishop e2. I'm getting all of the advantages I previously had, and I don't know if the queen on a3, if I ever get in castles, I think it just might be lost. So I would find myself drawn to bishop e3, but bishop e5, this is a problem I have as a player. Sometimes I have these two very good options, and it's not easy choosing one of them.
I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
Over the board, I'll be like bishop e3. As a
Be
commentator,
solid. Let's go for it.
Let's go bishop e5. Let's try to punish the opponents.
You see, for our viewers, if you get this reputation as a great attacking player, this would be great for your reputation. They'll come and they'll never allow you to attack, and they'll play positionally against you, which is what you want as much as anybody. We think Alireza has a nice position, and then the question is how to follow things through.
He does.
Yes.
Well, he does. Yeah.
And how to follow things
So Jovi's bishop e5 is interesting.
Yep.
And, well, works to an extent, because this line is actually much better for white after double capture on f6, or even knight a4, which is, once again, a bit unexpected move.
Oh, very
Because
nice,
we were planning to take, but in fact, we are transposing to something very similar that we had in the previous line, where the dark square bishop and dark square weaknesses compensating, right? They stopped us from going to b5, c7. So what we do, we go to a4, b6.
Nice.
And again, white's better.
Yeah.
Just to interrupt you for a quick moment here, Miro, we're going to come right back to bishop e5 or bishop e3. We think the game between Anish is about to end.
And the players seem to be laughing.
Yeah,
I mean, it's in a trade of queens.
It does look.
Like d6 takes. Wait a minute. Hold on. Weren't you just showing us one game? There was a double G pawn. The bishop went to d5. You know what I mean? There was a pawn on g7, g6 a moment ago. We went f4 and h4 and bishop to d5. Mm-hmm. And black was in trouble.
I mean, if Nodirbek wanted a draw, he'd go rook a8 and the players would immediately
achieve a draw.
Achieve that draw, in the opposite color bishops. But rook a7.
Well, he's thinking to play bishop to d5. So it's bishop takes c3, bishop to d5. I presume I would play rook f8, but maybe I could also be a little bit rook bishop to d4 idea of, I would play bishop f8.
Yeah, you could do that, right? You go bishop
d4.
d4.
Yeah.
Rook takes f7.
Yeah.
And you know what you could do? You could just go rook to b2.
Oh.
Because everything is protected.
Everything is protected. Does the rook come to e8? Hard for me to... Yes, it looks like he has played rook e8. So,
Yeah.
Okay, so he's going to meet bishop d5 with rook e7.
yes.
Yeah, you put the rook on
Simple chess.
e7, and only then you capture on c3. Yeah, so
Yes,
that's
bishop
very,
Okay, so
very
there we see bishop d5.
civilized way of making a draw.
The
Very
civil,
easy way.
civilized
Okay,
way.
and if Nodirbek wants to fight, I guess he'll retreat the rook to a3.
Yes, he did it.
Yeah.
He wants to fight, as you say. Rook to a3. And, okay, away they go. Sorry, false alarm. No quick draw
No
yet.
quick draw yet.
In this game. A draw certainly seems to be the inevitable outcome, but we were premature in our guessing. H5. King g7, and we'll see that.
All right.
Please continue with your profound insights.
With Alireza and Wesley, right?
Yes.
Okay, so bishop e5 was good, but your Yasser bishop e3 was even better.
Even better.
Even better. And I'm not even sure what black's supposed to do, because computer... Well, let's look at queen a3, right? Because
Right,
we
what
can
else?
guess d6, c takes, even if you get the pawn back, white's not worse. Yeah. After queen a3,
Yeah.
bishop e2 is good. e5 is very strong, apparently. Just to go e5,
Get a grip.
once again, a little bit counterintuitive. The move I liked the most was actually king f2. And the
I
point,
knew it would make an appearance.
Jovi.
you know, and the point of king f2 was, in fact, rather funny. So, like, out of billion moves that black has, okay, 3 in reality,
Right.
3 moves. e5, the most forcing, and it highlights the point of why king f2. Because now, once again, if you let me go rook b6 and bishop c4, the game's over even though you're pawn up,
Strategically,
right?
yeah.
So something like this happens, and then it's c6, and then it's knight a5, and then it's rook b6. And in order to get this one back, you have to develop the bishop, and voila, I won a tempo with king e1 to f2, because the bishop captures on a6 in one go.
And
So we could have a bishop on e2 and capture on a6, but in this case, the king would still be on e1.
Right.
It's a very deep stuff. I'm not sure how forced it is,
Right.
but computer confirms on this, and if this position happens, white is just completely winning.
Wow.
Yeah, and bishop e3, queen a3, by the way, is on the board. So now computer changes its mind and goes e5.
Which, by the way, also
By the
looks
way,
very
is
good.
very forcing and very tempting. You have to go
Right.
knight d5. That's pretty
But-
much the only move.
look at what a
knight
terrible
takes,
bind
pawn
you're in.
takes, and again we are back to king f2. And now it's the only move to keep the advantage. You want to defend the bishop in order to be able to
Take the pawn,
Well, this one computer has as almost +2.
which
Which
goes
is
to show
remarkable.
how
It's what? It's move 19. You are playing against one of the most solid people on the tour, Wesley saw.
No question.
And you are getting like almost winning position. So my only worry as the practical player would be, am I in time to finish the development in view of like various jumps, knight c6, knight e6, but
Queen takes
yeah.
Queen takes d5.
If you're a computer, you can allow yourself to take and
Bishops.
even go f4, defend e5
you don't
pawn.
even play bishop c4.
Yeah, because
It's coming next.
I suspect if you go bishop c4, there will be some knight e5. Yeah.
this
Which is
is-
also good, by the way. Yeah,
Right.
which is also good. It just you probably don't take the rook.
Right.
If you take the rook, knight takes some jumping, but this, once again,
Yeah.
computer adores this for white.
Wow.
And there's just no connection between the two
Thank
sides
you,
of
Hannah.
the board.
Thank you
And
for that.
these two, if we check out the standings, are right there in the middle of the pack, both on 50%. But Alireza has had the more turbulent tournament.
Yes, he has.
started with a loss against Fabiano Caruana. He then bounced back with a victory over Nodirbek. And then he's petered out with a few draws. And Wesley So, on the other hand, 5 draws.
But in those 5 drawers, Wesley was certainly losing. He wanted to resign, as he said, against Caruana. And then a big shock. He had the run of the play against Prague, and he gave Prague at the very end a unique opportunity, a surprising opportunity. And so out of his 5 draws, you could fairly say he was lost in 2 of those games. So Wesley at the moment has not had the tournament of his life, as we see Alireza pondering over his move. King F2. Jovi, you're a seer of seers. Who could have imagined you would hide out with your king on F2 in this moment?
But isn't it quite standard? I mean,
yes,
it is very standard, right? When the pawn comes to F3, the king will go on F2 just to keep itself safe. There's no need to castle.
You know, but it's like one of those things. Nobody goes king F2 because your pawn doesn't go to F3. But if your pawn goes to F3, then you're suddenly induced to play the move king F2. In this case, it actually works out quite nicely that the king is tucked away on F2, and in that variation where the rook was coming to B6 that we were shown there by Miro. This is great stuff for White. I mean, you can see White's pieces beginning to take over. You know, the bishop wants to come to C4, the knight wants to come to D5. We get a position like this, and as Miro was expressing to us, the moment you play bishop E6, well, after bishop takes A6, ciao. It's just a very, very good position for White.
I've got to compliment you both on your prediction game being exceptionally strong today, because everything that we have looked at has come to pass. So I'm looking at the game between Praggnanandhaa and Bogdan Daniel Deac.
Yes.
And I can see that the bishop did find itself on G5. And it's going as we prescribed, with White going for that queenside pawn break.
MVL played that whole ending as we thought he should. I mean, I'll get it in once at every broadcast. You know, these guys are really good. They're really good. I mean, they know what they're doing, right? Yeah. Which game has caught your... by the way, we did
speaking
see
of
F5.
MVL and opposite color with bishops,
What?
I'm a bit surprised, but he went
After G6?
After G6, this MVL's game, which we were
lauding,
saying praise about his deep understanding, knight E3, bishop C4, and I wonder if there was possible to do something. King G2 or F4, according
F4
to
makes sense,
the machine. Yeah. So what he has done was F3, which is, once again, F3, King F2 would be on my agenda. Bishop H6, and then it was not too late to go F4. But King F2, bishop takes. How much of an advantage is left? I understand it's kind of White for sure. White for sure, right. White's advantage for sure, but is it much?
I like it. You can go G4, H4.
Or bishop to D4, king
the black
to G3.
king I'm seeing is vulnerable on the dark squares. And if you give yourself a route, then you can just expand as much as you can on the king side first.
Yep.
And then...
and
then just play. I mean, it is a draw, let's face it.
Well, wait a second. Like, if black plays a couple of really silly moves and allows to build something like this...
Yeah, this is where things are seriously wrong.
That'd be very unpleasant. He still has the resource. Which, by the way, is the only move. So that if you return... Okay, let me highlight that if White gets all he wants...
Right.
This is, all of a sudden, computer says, this is winning.
Just winning.
Yeah.
This is winning because... And I think I know why. Because, well, the structure of this pawn, so the white bishop is sort of multitasking. It controls the squares around the king. It allows, attacks the king, and at the same time protects the only possible weakness.
Right.
While black has to decide. I mean, first of all, the light square bishop is not very useful at protecting the dark squares.
Right.
Right. And even if, let's say, the bishop would be needed on the king side by day, that would mean that it does not defend one of the pawns. Right. So say potentially imagine the rook gets somewhere on b7, and it'll be intolerable.
But I would be really, really enjoying myself in this one. I see that Daniel Deac has broken with the move f7, f5 in his game.
F5? Ah, no, that's the other game, sorry.
But I think it's also time for us to take a little break.
It's a perfect time for us to take a break whilst we wait for the action to continue building up. But let's remind ourselves of the current standings. We do have a result. It was a quick draw between Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Nepomniachtchi came to the game very well prepared. So you see Fabi with 4 points out of 6 and Jan on 50%. And still remains Praggnanandhaa and Gukesh. They are on 3 points out of 5. See whether they can catch up Fabiano. And as we go to break, Anastasiya has been roaming around the playing hall talking to some fascinating people. So have a listen.
I'm here with the chess fan Alireza, who I'm seeing every day. So tell me a little bit about yourself and what are you doing here for GCT event?
Sure, you're not just seeing me every day for the past few days, and you're also seeing me for the next days. Yeah, I'm here for the rest of tournament. I came here in order to see the players live and also studying chess from the point of view of a chess fan, which sees them live, which I think it's crazy. I'm really grateful for this opportunity, and I'm here with my grandma. Shout out to my grandma. I am a huge chess fan and also a player. And in case you didn't know, I'm the one who gave the drawings to the players, and more are yet to come.
Yeah, actually, I noticed that you gave this drawing to Nodirbek yesterday, and they made a post about it. So you are also a painter, it turned out.
Yeah, not just a painter, I'm also a cartoonist, and I usually draw not just realistic portraits, I also draw in my style, which is very inspired by the American cartoons.
Wow, so you share different passions, chess, drawings, and so you're here for GCT event. How do you feel being so close to the chess players? I saw you were even chatting with them sometimes.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm not putting people on a pedestal. I think that they are humans, just like us. They also have good days, bad days. They can get angry, they can get happy. And I try my best to think that I'm speaking to a normal person, not like an A-list celebrity, which I think is the correct mindset.
Wow, and I saw you also managed to get some autographs. Did you manage to get all of them?
Not really. I only have 2 autograph missings from Anish Giri. Okay, it's true. I was at the bathroom when he came out for autographs and I didn't have the chance. And from Alireza. Anish and Alireza, if you see this, you have one job and one job only. Come here.
I wish you all the best of luck with that. They're still playing, but they will come for sure. All the best. Enjoy the tournament.
Thank you so much.
I'm here with Jan Smits, the Grandmaster from Netherlands, who is also here with Anish Giri. You're his coach. Tell us a little bit about the experience being here at GCT event.
Well, first of all, it's a well-organized event, so that's very nice. It's my first GCT. And it's always nice to be on the road with Anish. It's pleasant company, although so far he's at -1, and unfortunately these things are very much about the results of the games, of course. The highlight for me has been analyzing a little bit with Kasparov, like we were looking at the games at the start, and that was really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw this moment, and actually Gary presents at GCT event always is a highlight of the event. What were you talking about? Actually, I made some videos and published them.
Just the games that were just starting, and we actually did the same today. So it's like, yeah, for me it's very cool because, of course, Gary is such a great player, but I've never really talked to him because the time that I got stronger, he already retired.
Yeah, exactly. And you said that you are with Anish, you're on the road with him, and I know that you've been working with him for some time, and I see him with different coaches. And like, what is this experience being with Anish in the tournament? Are you going to be with him on Croatia too?
Yeah, we'll go on to Zagreb after this. Yeah, I mean, it's really about the results. The atmosphere improves when games are won. But overall, in general, we get along very well. And I think that's why I'm here. I'm, of course, not the biggest opening expert these days because I'm not as much into chess as I used to be. But I try my best.
Exactly. And I made an interview with Anish before the tournament, and he said actually that it's very important not to care too much about the result. How is it possible to find this balance, actually? How do you try to do it as a coach as well?
Well, I think he needs to pretend it's not about the result, but secretly we all know it is. Yeah.
Yes, that's always difficult to find this kind of combination. Enjoy being here, Jan, and all the best of luck for you and for Anish.
Thank you.
The stages are set. The players are primed. The best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischesskclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
Welcome back. It is the day after the free day, and we already have a result in round 6. So let's revisit those standings, because here at the top, Fabiano Caruana, it was a quick draw against Jan Nepomniachtchi, but Fabi is at the top with 4 points out of 6, whereas Jan Nepomniachtchi has drawn all of his games so far. And going back to the current games in progress, we do have a mix. We have 2 games that are in the full throes of an opposite color bishop rook endgames, and then we have crazy positions, fights going on in the other 2.
Exactly. Well, let's jump to one of them. That's MVL versus Gukesh. Gukesh is one of the chasing players that could potentially catch Fabi with a victory. However, he's on the back foot, and in this moment, after the move bishop c4, we were more or less looking at ideas of f4 and king f2. MVL went for, I want to say, the narrows of advantages.
Yes, sir.
What's that?
This is very, can I be a
Please,
little bit impolite here
jump right
and
in.
say this is an endgame.
Endgame.
Endgame. And there's another game.
Which one?
Where there has been fireworks already on the board.
You're talking about Wesley. So
Alireza.
You want to go where the action is. Okay, let's.
I'm so sorry.
Not at all. Let's go.
But
Let's go.
maybe we can go there, because there we've seen a full-blooded exchange sacrifice.
Well, indeed,
actually,
two
not
pieces
really exchange sacrifice.
Yeah, 2 pieces. Well, let's do it. When we left it, we saw the position after king f2. And at this point, Wesley's really on the back foot. I mean, you can't allow it. Queen takes d5, bishop to c4, and you can comfortably resign. You're just in a terrible bind and you'll never get out. So Wesley played knight to d8, queen takes d5, and recognizing that bishop c4 and it's lights out, he's been forced to sacrifice 2 pieces for the rook. Rook takes, knight takes, queen takes. Now, we'll stop ourselves right here and say, normally speaking, 2 bishops versus a rook, it's overwhelming.
Yeah.
However, White's king is still in the center. There are ideas of rook takes e5 coordinating with the bishop. So let's see if Wesley can gain enough counterplay to hold his opponent. Now, I'm looking at the rook, I'm looking at my king. The natural move would be to play queen e4, by the way. I was about to say defending the bishop and anticipating bishop e2 against rook b2 check. Here, however, he played queen to... Now I have to recalibrate, because can't I play check and rook takes?
Would that be the same after queen e4?
Would it still be the same?
It'd be the same. That'd be queen b2, rook e5.
Okay, so...
And that's what Wesley's counting on.
Right.
And then after queen d4, his computer indicates white is just winning, because queens are coming off.
Then I'm happy camper.
A pair of rooks stays on, which is important for white, because otherwise the a-pawn would become a factor.
Right.
And it's just... I mean, I don't know how easy it is to win, but it's +3, according to the machine.
Plus
2.8, 2.8, yes.
So
that's really a lot.
So queen e4
or d5
are interchangeable, is what you're telling me.
Yeah.
Okay. So queen d5 was the choice. And again, if I realize that queen b2 check, bishop e2, rook takes e5, queen d4, we can shake hands, I'm dead lost, then I have to investigate rook b2 check, bishop e2, and what on earth can I do here as black?
Yeah, but somehow like bishop e2 and there is no follow-up to be seen.
Exactly.
White's rook will go to e1 and white's safe.
Grim. Jovi, bail me out on this one. I'm searching for Wesley. Do I have some spectacular decent? If I can open up the e-files some beautiful way.
Maybe we can be practical about it.
Please.
Maybe King H8, because we saw
hey, look, I'm
Wesley
ready to try anything
escape
at this
against
point.
Fabiano, and so the big idea behind my plan is just to go F6.
But it is a good, because that's exactly what you need. You need some open files for the rooks. And you basically need to do something like this. Okay, let's see what I would do. I'd probably just develop. Now, F6. And I probably want to keep things safe. This kind of thing. Essentially what I want to do is not, I know that down the road, my bishops are going to take over the game. The one thing I can't allow is your rooks to have open files and get to my king. I like the move King H8. I'm desperate for suggestions. And Miro, does the computer offer black any?
Not really.
Anything?
So let's investigate what it has. This is the main line,
Please.
which would be to give a check on b2.
Bishop to
Bishop
E2.
e2 is the only but sufficient move.
Okay.
Rook takes on e5, queen to d4.
Right. Now, why is this ending so bad, for example, after rook e6?
Well, rook e6, rook to d1, and well, you end up trading, I believe, right, on d4, this way or another. I mean, you can postpone it one more move, but White's going to play rook d2.
I see.
And he won't mind keeping the queen. Say we go h6, White goes rook d2.
Yeah.
And maybe you are the one interested in trading the queens, because otherwise, bishop c4 starts happening and stuff like that. And
And I'm
so anyway, well, computer does it captures on d4 immediately, and then it says I'm depressed. +3.
Okay.
+3.
Okay, so I have an idea.
Okay.
Just to, again, it's obviously not going to work, but I'm just thinking, why don't we just forget about hunting the white king and start pushing the a pawn, which is another asset that we have. Get it up the board as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but then with queens on the board,
queen on b2. Yeah. Just put the queen on b2.
Put the queen on b2, bishop e2, and try running with the pawn.
Yeah, but there's bishop
that makes
d4.
sense, but there is bishop d4.
God, that's a strong move.
Somehow.
It's such a powerful move. It comes with a tempo as well.
Yeah.
It
and bishop d4 controls so many squares, if I may. Queen c2. And it's not the only one, but a very strong maneuver would be to go rook a1. And then with the support of queen from d5, rook a2.
Okay.
So you control all the input. Yeah, the moment White establishes coordination, it's all over.
Exactly.
Alireza in looking good.
Exactly.
And
I'm
Wesley
looking
in
at
big trouble.
Wesley's posture at the board. He does not look happy at all.
And maybe I'm feeling very, very guilty about forcing you to look at this game.
Not at all. This is where the action was.
Let's go back to the Maxime Vachier-Lagrave Gukesh game.
Well, in that game, it's a fight for the smallest of pluses, but I think Gukesh made a very, very good call, or a good choice, I should say. Was back here, we had gotten in this position. With the move king f2, I believe White would like to play the move f4, knight g3, and just force this trade of dark squared bishops and eventually taking over some dark squares. I think this was an incredibly brilliant idea by Gukesh. Bishop takes e3, bishop takes e3, not allowing White to play g4, g5, bishop back to d4, but playing d4 immediately.
Very classy move.
This is really out of the book of Tigran Petrosian. Tigran Petrosian was notoriously gifted at giving away the pawn at the right time. And look at the counterplay he's gotten as a result of his pawn sacrifice. Perfectly timed. If he hadn't done this, I really think that MVL would have fancied his chances. By the way, D5.
D5 has been played.
I was mildly intrigued by bishop H6 there for just a moment. But okay, D5 on the board. I mean, that is a runner. I don't know how far it's running. After check.
King F1.
Check. King takes. Take a rook.
It's just a draw.
It's just a draw, right?
Okay, let's ask the computer, because computer doesn't do this.
The
computer doesn't
says
do this.
White is significantly better.
Because of bishop h6.
F6.
I don't quite get
F6,
it. F6. And it runs fast to c5. Okay, we should kind of double check it.
The variation?
Say here, here, yeah.
King d6
You're
is going
not
to be
in
met by
time.
bishop f8 check.
Got you from behind.
Yeah, so this one is actually winning. And
Right.
that explains, I would argue, why d5 and not something kind of slow it. Bishop h6. Was bishop h6? Okay.
That was the move I found. You got to play f6 to avoid being mated, right? Or f5, I'm not sure.
Can
F5.
you do the same, or do you lose the same way? I mean, if you do this, this, and this, you lose the same way, says computer. So as much as this idea of simplifying, exchanging the rooks, simplifying the pure opposite colors is attractive,
it doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
Right.
So in fact, Gukesh's idea is brilliant, according to the computer. Brilliant in such a way that if you wouldn't play d4, you could hold, but be a lot of suffering and the character of the position kept the same. So you are encountering small problems and you have to react, you have to react, you have to react. So after all that, and that's pretty forcing, apparently black holds, but in very weird way. And I'm the longer this thing thinks, the more I have doubts about black holding. So the idea seemed brilliant, but now I'm no longer sure.
So
F6 or king G7. F6, some move like rook to C5.
Okay, that avoids our rook G2 check.
Yeah, there is no more simplification.
Okay.
There is a check and that. But then D6. Bishop G4. Yeah, I'm not sure if black stops the pawns at all. I mean, is it that obvious that black's going to stop the pawns?
So king F7, D7, king E7, rook C7 was the problem,
so
right?
white's the move. Yeah, it's rook C4, bishop E6. Wait a second.
I can't
that's an ironic one, because I thought it does computer blunder. So this you cannot do because D7 at the end. But something like bishop E6, rook D4, bishop D7. So apparently you hold.
Not easily.
But it's not easy.
Not easy, and especially considering the time difference.
What is the time?
I mean, it doesn't matter how much MVL has. He has enough.
But it's 12 minutes. That's an hour and 20 minutes?
Yeah, an hour and 24 minutes
goodness.
against just under 12 minutes, and it's ticking down for Gukesh, and difficult ending to hold.
Very, very, very much so. Then the other rook and bishop versus rook, one we had actually anticipated being a draw for quite some time, is the Anish Giri game. Yeah, let me just bring that up on my board, as both of these players are hunting for their first victory. Unfortunately, they have a loss, one loss each, and the rest drawn. So they're on their minus score.
Yep. And let's go over to Cristian in Bucharest.
You can feel the panic setting in for Gukesh. I have to say, only 11 minutes right now on the clock. Pressure, pressure, pressure coming from MVL right now. From the beginning of the game, he wouldn't let go of the pressure. And I have to say, Gukesh is not looking confident. I have a feeling MVL might score a crucial victory in this one. And Bogdan Deac with the black pieces, he was doing so well, especially on the clock. But right now, once again, falling behind. The position is still good for him. He's playing great chess with the black pieces, but this position is going to continue to be very complex for the next 10, 20 moves. He needs to save some time, and that's not happening right now. So Praggnanandhaa, I have a feeling he's going to have a golden opportunity to potentially score a victory and maybe catch up with the leader, Fabiano Caruana. And regarding Anish, yeah, that one is most likely going to be a draw in the next 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, who knows. But I think the players are slowly coming to the realization that this one is going to finish in a peaceful result. Look at them. They're laughing at each other. They know this one is going to end in a draw.
Thank you,
Cristian.
Cristian. There's something going on between these two players because it sure does look like they've been enjoying the camaraderie of a hard-fought
They keep
game.
chuckling as well.
Yeah, something's going on there. We're not. By the way, this last move by Anish, rook e6, really puts the kibosh on any further ideas of playing with the rooks on the board. If you don't trade rooks, rook f6 check, and suddenly Anish is going to be very, very interested in continuing the game. So rook e6, the draw is inevitable there. Miro, Cristian just mentioned the game of Pragg and Daniel, and he's saying that we've seen this throughout the tournament, Daniel getting himself in a situation he relies upon his increment.
Yep.
And that hasn't worked very well at all. So does Pragg have a advantage?
Well, not yet.
Oh.
So the only kind of slight mistake that, according to the machine, Bogdan Daniel made, and if you remember, we were discussing, machine was never going f7, f5,
going h5.
Never going f5 too early, right?
Right.
So even that's of course one of the first intentions when you see the King's Indian structure. Yes, f5 is very typical.
Right.
Right. So f5, knight c5, and okay, we've gotten here. fe4, surprisingly enough, is one of the moves computer is looking at after inclusion of this.
Right.
So could it be that fe4 here is somewhat dubious because I was thinking go b5 and then capture on e4, which would be nice if we both had the dark square bishops, right? Because now it's too ambitious. So one thing I was looking to play for black, and the engine, of course, proved me wrong, but just to show the geometrical idea of finding the job for this bishop, to go to c1, to a3, to c5.
Right.
But it doesn't quite work. The white has rook b3, and you can't go here because queen a2.
Nice.
But
nice.
The whole idea is that, the problem with dark square bishop, it does have diagonals, but it does not have targets in this position.
Right.
That's one thing. And the other one, this tension, the pawn on e4 versus pawn on f5. So usually black resolves it in two possible ways, right? So either capturing on e4, but then you would like to fight for the control over e4 square and your dark square bishop is not participating. And the other one, and much more appealing one to my liking, would be to go f4 and to go for an attack.
Right.
But then how cool would it be to have the bishop on this diagonal instead of having it locked behind the pawn chain on g5?
Right.
Right. So what he's doing is perfectly fine, by the way. Rook takes b4, bishop f5 is what computer has to offer.
Okay.
And I'm thinking it could be this rare case where you can take on e4 and be okay, because very often exchanging the light square bishop for the knight in those King's Indians kind of suggests that white has an upper hand, as to say g3. But here I'm guessing you can take, and computer actually does the thing that I was planning to do. Goes here, goes here, goes here. Right, and it says you have the f2 target, and we can have, we will have the third opposite colored bishops.
Well, it seems to be a theme for the day.
For the round, yes.
And maybe let's go over to the Nodirbek Anish Giri game, as the players have traded rooks, and now we are just heading as quickly as possible to that draw. And is this where the players find the repetition of... There we see
Yes.
bishop retreats. Okay, bishop to d3.
Please don't play h4. Keep this on our hands. Professional.
No.
Okay, bishop a7. Not repeating the
I
position.
think the players are again continuing with the
Right.
good mood.
They definitely
Bishop
are.
d3, and now this bishop comes back to c5.
Quickly scanning
there's
the
just-
score sheets to see if this is a...
This is the thing with
Oh, no.
Carlo
No.
Bishop.
Oh, no,
he
that's
wants to
Anish.
go on
Anish is
every
trolling, yeah.
single square on that diagonal.
It does feel a little like trolling, doesn't it? That Anish... If Anish goes bishop a3 or bishop f8, he's definitely trolling.
Yeah, but the thing is, though,
Yes.
he's not necessarily guarantee that it's a threefold repetition.
Because
the bishop might have been on c2 or
d3.
d3. And so
Well-
they're checking the score sheet to kind of find out whether they...
honestly,
I would do
This
the
is a
four-move
repetition.
repetition. and
Honestly, what you should do with white in such position, you should go c5, then you should capture on e6 and go h4, and then to stop this nonsense.
just- exactly. Oh, there Anish refusing a draw. Bishop
No.
to h7 to g8.
I'm expecting that as well.
Bishop h7 to g8.
Go c5, Nodirbek. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
King d5.
Oh, we've lost the pawn. Oh no. How can we make a draw? How will we make a draw? We've lost the pawn.
Well,
And
I
so how
mean,
many
this is
moves are
another
these
of
players on? They are
our
on move 61.
false alarms for the longest time.
No, but the players are just having fun with
It's
each
not
other
the,
because
it's not the
this
first
is just
time we declared this one. Okay, this is going to be a draw
completely
soon.
drawn. I mean, you can just put your king on f3, you put the bishop on e4.
Sure.
Right.
Untouchable.
Right.
So you've lost the c pawn. How about
For
you go
no
h4, give away the other pawn, and then you run with the king to h1? I mean, just to show that there is nothing happening in this game. I mean, just go h4, gh4, king h3. Okay, so this works as well.
c6.
Then we attack the pawn.
Bishop to c4.
Yes.
Yeah.
e5, yes, and
King
then you can go
F5.
h4. Seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do whatever you please.
Yeah.
Okay, it's parking itself on f5.
Okay.
So sometimes not
Now
being
we
able
move
to
our bishop back and forth.
The atmosphere must be so nice in the playing hall that they want to stay there for as long as possible. Maybe they want to get the longest played game.
That's a good point. We had
It
it
was-
up
we
earlier. How
did
many
have
moves
it up.
have they played thus far?
We had one that was past in 100,
Yeah,
right?
we've passed the century.
Yeah. Well, we are expecting this game to finish in a draw, so the players are just shuffling the pieces. So let's move on to the other endgame with opposite
What? And
colour
miss
vision.
the handshake? Are you kidding me? We can't miss the handshake. You got to see the handshake. And look at that. Just before the three-move repetition, e5, e4 by Anish.
Well, I thought they might continue.
They will.
Shuffling.
But we're about to see king g4 and h4. He stops him from playing h4.
Inaccuracy. Stronger was bishop d2, allowing to trade the pawns.
Correct.
Yes. And
no.
Well, now he has 1 hour on the clock, so he can actually
They're
think
openly
about the
laughing
position.
because they recognize the futility of continuing the game. Yet Anish continues to find a way. He just played bishop to d8 to prevent him from playing h4.
And now you
He can
spend.
he can go h4 anyway, as
You can do whatever.
as Miro pointed out a long time ago.
Then you can go h4,
Well, how
get the
can
king on h1.
I'm
and
just
then,
thinking, like, how can you continue the joke?
Right.
you spend half an hour thinking, and then
Okay.
you know, like very seriously go king g6 and h7,
Okay, I
pretending
think
that this is very important.
so. One thing you can do is you can give up the bishop, right?
Yes.
With
At
white?
this point, yeah.
Yes.
Well,
with
depends.
h4.
Yeah, like
With
you have to
With
get the king back.
Yeah.
Like for instance, now you go king g4, you step it back, the king comes to attack the bishop, you just go h4.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Ensuring that you will come to the h1 square. Big moment. Big moment. Well, will you attack
Anish
the bishop?
doesn't go for it.
No. Big moment. Hold your breath. Bishop a2. Yes, he's chasing down the bishop.
Okay, why are we looking at this?
Can
Can someone please remind me?
For the handshake.
Why are we looking
Because
at this?
We've been waiting for the handshake for the better part of an hour.
But
I guess
there
the
are,
players have
there
nothing
are
else to
actual
do.
games happening on
I
other
know.
boards.
Let's go there.
Let's go there. Let's go to Prague and Daniel. They've reached the position that you suggested.
Yeah.
And that's there. Okay, what about
So the
Gukesh?
other opposite colors, is actually quite interesting.
Still.
And at the same time, somewhat scary, not for the players, but for the commentators.
Because?
Because look what happened. D5 and F6 we've seen, right?
Yes.
And then, well, apparently Rook C5 was very strong. And
Rook C5.
Black would be in trouble. And now after a check and the check,
He took the pawn on h7.
Kind of in a computer's valuation, the valuation dropped, so white parts with some of his advantage. But rook takes, and bishop c, or bishop d4, or bishop c5. That next move is not played yet, right?
No, but we're expecting...
Do we agree that this can go forever without black having any single chance of kind of forcing a draw?
Right.
But just surviving for like 70 moves. So that's why it's scary for the commentators. I've been there. So these games usually go like 150 moves.
That sounds like a lot.
I'm not that afraid because Gukesh has only 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
So he has
to play at tempo. And also, MVL's a kind of direct player.
Well, fair enough,
But anyway, we're going to take a pause because we are going to go over to Cristian, who is together with a very special guest.
Thank you, Jovi. Yes, we are indeed with a very special guest. Gary, welcome back to the show. This is your last day here. What are you seeing? We have a couple of draws already, but how about the other games?
It looks that there will be definitely a decisive game today. So it seems that Alireza is on his way to have his first victory. So it was very interesting opening.
Very interesting opening, yes.
Very interesting
Maybe we
opening.
can discuss that a little bit.
So actually, it's just amazing. They started. Now they play this. They play the A3 at move 4. This is old-fashioned.
The early A3.
Samish, yes. And here is C5, C5, B5, Rook B1, just modern chess. You know, this I would say Alpha Zero chess. So pawn is being sacrificed, but that's, I think.
We see these innocuous looking moves, rook to b1, but it's the engine's recommendation.
Absolute engine's recommendations. But that's good, because now you can see how engines can be utilized to actually to help us understand more about the game. So pawn is down, but the compensation, and I think this is so underestimated. This definitely, he thought, I'm just now winning the c5 pawn. And after knight e2, knight c3, it seems that you take the pawn, but then knight b5, and suddenly it's over.
Dark squares.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So it's a major problem. Huge problem. Yes, huge problem. Yes. And a6 now, but then pawn is protected, and he won the pawn, and then he just tried to knight d8, queen d5. I don't know, bishop b7. What's that? Bishop b7. I'm not sure.
Good question.
Yeah,
and he played it fast also.
Yeah, but it looks the position is pretty bad already. So, but material wise, okay.
How is it looking right now? How is the conversion phase, let's say?
But what can you do? I mean,
you probably have to go for
You take? You want to take here?
Take maybe go rook b5, bishop b3, and everything is controlled, right?
Yeah, I'm just looking. Yes, I think it's bishop b3. Yeah, bishop b3. Yes, no.
Bishop b3.
Rook b2. Yes, yeah. Rook b2, rook a1.
The problem is I don't even have time to go d6. Yeah. That's the big problem in the position. And if I don't go rook b2, let's say I try to go immediately for the exchange of these pawns.
Can I go bishop c4?
Yeah, no, I don't like it.
Rook b2, king g3?
It's looking good for white. Yeah, no, Alireza looking good. Maybe he's going to score his second victory.
Second victory?
Of this tournament, yes.
Yeah.
He beat Nodirbek.
Oh, Nodirbek, yes.
He lost one.
Yes, he lost
in the first one. He was winning in that one as well.
Yes.
And now with the second victory, potentially. I have to ask you about this one.
Yeah, but it's interesting. It's a line in Marshall that is, I don't know how many draws have been agreed upon. So white is slightly better because they just gave up back the pawn, and it's the first time when I see that white can have a chance converting it. So I don't know. I'm not sure about theory. So where does it end?
Well, actually, were you surprised that Gukesh was spending so much time? At some point, MVL had 2 hours. Gukesh
because
had 40
minutes. That's modern. Yes, modern tabe. I don't know. You can tell me what it's because after knight f1, I thought black had some problems.
Right.
And by the way, here is just. Could I take on c4 here, or just?
That's a very good question.
Yeah, or just
perhaps bishop b3. So I don't want to take with the b pawn, obviously.
No,
king f2.
No, this is the king f2. Maybe bishop g7, yes.
Yes.
And then take rook f5, rook d8, yes.
Rook d8, rook d3, and that simplifies the position. Maybe we can show that.
Yeah.
Because it's quite important.
Yeah.
Just in time. Just in time to simplify. No, but it seems like MVL has looked at this endgame at home. Within his preparation, he seemed to know what
That's
c4,
d4 again, rook a5. Doesn't work, yeah? Because bishop g7 and rook a1 check, rook c6, yes. So
maybe another important one. Yes. Don't go passive, rook b8.
But you can take, if you take here.
Take and rook d8.
Take
d5.
Rook c8.
Rook c8. Ooh, yes, no rook c5.
Yeah. So you just have to go back with rook, then rook c8 and draw. Yes.
Draw.
Yeah. So it seems that it's drawish.
Yes.
Still trying to find a way of.
Well, he found a way to complicate things.
Yeah, but Gukesh sacrificed the pawn.
What do you think of this pawn sacrifice? It felt very solid, but still some problems to solve.
Yeah, this move had one consequence. He gave up a pawn. Then, of course it's blocked, but I think he underestimated rook takes b5. Yes. I think he thought it's easy, and here is a big deal, So this is what MVL played. So I still think it should be a draw, but
I think this might have been his problem.
No.
Is there a threat? So g5 is not a threat yet. Can I try to open?
Okay, fine.
You do go f5.
No,
okay.
I don't mind.
If I try to go this way now.
And?
Try and go bishop f8, bishop c5.
Okay.
And then get the king in.
Well, then pawn on d6, and then you go with the king there, yes.
That's the big problem. That's the big problem at the time. He had.
No, look at this. The eval.
Oh, the eval. Yes. Yeah. The eval still says slightly better for white.
Yeah, but it should be a draw. It's instinctive. I think it should be
most likely.
Most likely. But bishop will c5, d6, and then the king goes there.
But how easy are these type of endgames?
No. It's. I don't know. It just depends what he thought about, this position, because. Wait a second. Oh, I saw he played rook e2 because I thought he can give a check.
Yes.
And then check.
Yes.
And I think bishop c4, but he still did b6. Rook e2, yes.
Let's show it.
Yes.
Show
b7.
Take b7. You're not catching that. Rook b3. Well, b8.
Oh, b8. Okay. No, rook h8.
Yeah. Very nice.
So that's why he played rook e2 with. So he played rook e2 here, yes?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Final move, rook e2. This is the position right now. 5 minutes for Gukesh. 1 hour and 14 for MVL.
Bishop c5 now. Oh, bishop, maybe he expects, maybe he wants to go rook g2, rook c2. And then bishop c4 check, yes.
That's a very good point, yes. So now,
maybe some draw.
You have to move the bishop. Bishop c4 is coming. That's a draw.
So that's why he attacked it. So where does the bishop go?
So it's important the bishop stays on d5.
Yes, exactly.
To stop b7.
Exactly, absolutely. Yes. Yep.
That's a good question. So how can I keep the game going? What if I go here? Same. But now, can I check? But now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe rook b6 first.
Yeah. This is probably going to peter out into a draw.
Yeah.
Good defense. If he manages to defend this one, I mean, huge defense from Gukesh.
So Firouzja is our only hope, yes?
Well, maybe Prague as well. But speaking of Gukesh, we just found out yesterday that the match is going to be in Singapore, neutral spot. What's your take on that?
I don't know. I think it's a natural choice, So it's I would be very surprised if Chinese had accepted India as a venue. And while I understand that current FIDE rules just do not preclude a match being played in the country of one of the players, for instance, Vichy played Magnus in Chennai, but I think with strong objections and also the alternative bid.
Yes.
I think it would be difficult, and Singapore is really a neutral place.
Do you think this is going to play in a positive manner for Gukesh? No additional pressure of playing at home, no additional pressure of answering the media, the fans. How do you think that's going to play for Gukesh?
I think it will be better for him. It's just to play in Singapore outside of his native town.
Just to stay focused on the chess.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But let's see if Ding shows up. I hope he will, because otherwise it will be really disastrous.
If Ding doesn't show up, then I think it's Hikaru who would step in.
That's a different story. Yes.
Huge, completely different match, of course, and a different discussion. So there's one more game that we haven't checked. This one, Prague versus Bogdan Deac. What surprises me is that they both have exactly the same amount of time, 31 minutes right now. Which, given past experiences of Bogdan, definitely fares well for him. But how about the position, Gary?
I think it's roughly even. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't think White has any reasons to believe that they are superior in this position. So it's White to play?
Black. Rook to b2 was the last move.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tempting to take on e4 and Rook f4, but I'm sorry.
That's okay. Maybe even slightly. Can this be slightly better for Black?
I mean, Rook f4 is.
Let's see. I stay here.
So probably Rook on d4, but then Bishop.
Yeah, maybe.
So it's equal, yes.
It looks equal. Yes.
Slightly better for Black, is that? Slightly better for Black, yes. No.
I think so. Bishop takes c4 seems to be the continuation, and I'm not really sure. Bishop to c1.
C1, yes, and then Rook, and then Bishop a3, Bishop c5. Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Okay, that's something, right? So you're probably going to get your bishop to f3, but isn't that the big?
No, I think you should go g3, king g2.
G3, okay.
King g2, yes, king g2. This just to escape, and then bishop goes on g4.
G3 also protects against rook f4.
Bishop on g4, f3, bishop goes this. Queen goes on g5, probably it's most likely a draw.
Yes.
H4 I have here, it's fine. It looks even to me. So, what is So doing?
Wesley, yes, we've actually been told that Firouzja is very, very close to finishing it off. Queen to d4, a5 is the last move. He's trying to find some sort of counterplay on the queen side.
Rook goes on A1.
Let's see that. Yeah, rook A1.
That's one of the moves. And
Yeah.
Another move was rook D1.
Yeah, you're probably going to lose
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
No, Alireza definitely looking good in this
What's the
one.
relations? Plus?
Plus 1.3 according to this particular engine, but
This is a higher relation, yes?
yes.
Rook D1 or just what does Machine recommend? I'm curious. Rook.
Rook to B1 is a
B1,
funny looking move, yes, but maybe the right approach.
Yeah, they're just eliminating his take, queen takes E5.
But isn't it scary to leave this A1 on the board? You are starting to give checkmate.
But A4, bishop D4.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's... you have a pawn, but...
Would this work?
Queen takes
Like
F6.
this?
Yeah.
I have a feeling I'm doing too much, but...
This is probably...
Queen C2 check.
Queen C2. Queen G6. Queen G6. And then the pawn, well, yes, but there are many other ways, I'm sure you just, without exchanging queens, go Queen E7 instead of, so just, or Queen D6. That would be winning.
This is too
So it was
fancy.
Queen D5, Queen takes D7 probably.
Mhm.
So it was just
pick up the
and
pawn.
then C pawn,
Get
yes,
the
C pawn,
going.
let's go.
Gary, what's next for you? Are we going to see you in Croatia?
Yeah, of course. I'm just off to Croatia tomorrow, so just join my family and then see you guys in Zagreb.
Perfect. We'll see you there.
At the opening ceremony on the 9th. And then I'll be around for the whole tour, whole 5 days.
Looking forward to that.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Gary,
Thank you.
for joining us. Guys, back to you.
Thank you.
Cristian. Thank
So-
you, Gary.
I know, it's so amazing to have former world champion Gary
I know,
Kasparov
just-
sharing with us his analysis and thoughts.
Turning to the game between MVL and Gukesh, MVL is nursing an extra pawn, and he does have, well, I don't know if it's serious or not, an opportunity to play H4 and trying to get a second passer. I mean, it's bad luck that the bishop is actually locked out on A7. If the bishop were, for example, I don't care, on D4, on C5, on E3, there would be some action going on. Probably H4 is an overreach, but Miro, can we try?
It's not a bad move, I'm guessing. Again, if we assume that kind of the worst is over for Gukesh and objectively the position is holdable,
yes,
then yeah, the fact that after H4, computer's very comfortable to do this for black, which allows white to get
rook and bishop.
Yeah, rook and bishop versus rook.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. Like if we take let's say we take G5, we go B7, and again, this is a draw, of course, but this can and should be played on, right?
Right. Yeah.
With white. So.
And what about if you were to go H5?
Here.
Yeah.
H5, rook H3, it says, and yeah, so same thing. Like whenever you play B7,
I'm just going to capture
I just stay.
Yeah, no, I was kind of hoping to activate this bishop.
Bishop to B8.
Bishop
but
B8
G4, G3 is coming.
Okay, let's play bishop B8. Let's see
Right.
what happens. Well, apparently after bishop E4,
choose.
It's already kind of awkward for white. I don't know why again.
Choose where your rook wants to
it
go.
starts, yeah. So you probably win the piece nonetheless, like by going B7 at some point. So what computer has as the best, according to this week, computer is to go G4 and just hover around pretty much. So say bishop E4, check, here H3. But this one, just to mention that should be a draw by a reasonable margin, because Black's task is to get rid of the king side, and he's allowed, well, in case he trades the rooks as well, he's allowed to lose the bishop for this.
Yes.
Right? I mean, with the king on B7,
yeah.
so this is, yeah, let's go here, let's go, here. here, just to have this little picture in the corner.
Right.
So this is a draw if nothing else is left on the board other than white king. So that's a known fortress, right?
Right.
So if we can keep the bishop from activating, we can lock it on a7. This should be a reasonably easy draw.
And instead of letting the king out, can we play the eternal waiting game? Go king f1.
I mean, maybe go g4 or not.
No, I don't want to be fixing it on a light square.
No, but then it's like the eternal
No,
waiting game.
the king goes to d1.
Yeah,
E1,
but
sorry. And again.
Eternal waiting game will be mutual, no?
Yeah, no, here I was... Okay, king c1.
Got a king c1.
Check on c2.
And one other things, yeah, like we check on c2, we go
And
back,
go
we
back.
go back.
So if we get this set up with our bishop anchored on e4, you
Yeah, I
can't
think it's very
activate
hard,
the
yeah.
king. That's the
I think
problem.
it's very hard.
Yeah, I was
There
kind
was
of
also an
hoping to
option,
dislodge that rook from the second row so I
Right.
could just advance up with the king, but
Yeah.
no.
You can't get your king in the active space. So this game appears to be heading for a draw. Let's just go around. We think Alireza is absolutely winning. He's got the two bishops versus... he did play the move rook b1 because actually at the exact moment after move a5, our topic was, should we play rook to b1 as chosen in the game or rook to a1, which was a move that seemed to be very solid and practical. Rook to b1, queen takes b1, queen takes e5, and we see that it's white now with the two bishops ready. And I think Cristian and Gary were just looking at this position where they got a queen takes f6.
It didn't quite work though.
It didn't because of queen g6 check.
Yeah.
It was like a nice example of the threats that white
With
can...
the trade of rooks, the margin for error from Alireza has kind of increased.
Mm-hmm.
No, not increased, but the risk involved has certainly increased. If he puts a foot wrong, then suddenly it might not be so winning.
Exactly. So
with
in
the
other
rooks
words,
on the board, I felt like it was an easy, trivial win because it was just a matter of just picking up the pawns.
Right.
But here, I'm just thinking, let's have a look at a4.
Okay.
Like, how precise does Alireza have to be?
I don't know. Let's see. Bishop to...
Yeah, so I have as a fallback, I have to go f6, don't I?
Yep.
f6.
Because I have to keep an eye on the rook on
I think
b8.
this
And
was
that
the line.
This was the
Their
line, king
analysis.
h8.
Yeah.
And then they were looking at queen takes f6, but then there's a check.
Right. Now, here they looked at king g3, and there was another check. And this
queen.
is where finally you could say, hey, it's not over, because suddenly the pawn is very serious, right?
It's not over at all.
Exactly. And if from the start we had, for example, played trade with the queens, there's almost virtually no losing chances whatsoever, or for black, white in this case. We think this is really, really over. So, okay, but rook b1, let's once again look. Queen takes e5. By the way, we do have king h8 on the board.
What?
You can always count on Wesley to find...
The funny move.
Well, if there's any life in the position. Just because this guy's hanging, and I'd kind of like to clarify where you would put your queen.
Wait a second, but queen b2, you're allowing exactly what you wanted to prevent.
This is what I was trying to prevent this, exactly. So bishop's not going there.
And if you go bishop d4, the idea is
f6. In that case.
I have a question. If you go queen d5 in this position, and
you go
so
pawn
I'm learning
touching.
from the best, yes. I'm trying to win one of the pawns.
And I must say, if you win the d7 pawn, I know what's coming.
Yeah, but if I win f7 pawn, all of a sudden my chances of
checkmate.
getting to the king are very serious.
I love queen d5. I think that is
we double check. So after king
a
h8.
heart attack kind of a move.
Yeah. So this is not bad. Bishop d4 is still the move. Computer fancies.
Yeah, it comes with speed. The C pawn does. Sorry, Miro, you were about to
Bishop
say.
D4 was another move that computer liked.
Bishop D4.
Queen to D5 was a good move, and you know what? From human standpoint, I would argue. Yeah, okay, let's get Bishop D4, F6.
Queen D6.
Queen D6. So we will sacrifice on F6, but the bishop, not the queen.
Yeah.
We'd be careful, yeah?
Well done, actually. Bishop takes F6 is monstrous. Yes. So just to put down some moves, A4, Bishop takes F6. G takes F6 is a no-no. That's how we get checkmated very easily. Yep. Now, in this question, you have checkmate in 1 as white. Which do you choose?
Take on D6.
En passant. Of course, the en passant. Of course, the en passant. Not bishop takes D5. So bishop takes F6, A3, presumably bishop back. And we just simply reload. The problem is this guy is going nowhere. And after rook G8, we have everything we want. H4. One day the bishop will eventually come to C4.
You can
love H4, H5. You can hide your king on G3.
Complete domination. Yeah. So bishop D4, I like that move a lot. And something about this game is going to disturb Wesley because it's so rare to see. He never got out of the opening. The whole C5, knight B7 that he came up with was completely wrong. He got on the wrong track early and he had a bad position out of the opening.
Right, it was just that C5.
That was bad. That was really bad, actually. It wasn't just...
But was it so bad that it was losing?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, after D4 takes C5, White had all the play. It was never close thereafter.
Oh, it was just a bad day for Wesley.
Sometimes it happens. Yeah. So in this moment, we have been looking at bishop to D4. We're threatening a checkmate on G7, F6, which is one of the reasons why Wesley moved his king away. Queen D6, keeping an eye over the rook. And we were looking at A4. Bishop takes F6. Sorry, you were about to ask.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, instead of F6,
yes.
How about you just go rook to G8? It's ugly, but at least the queen can move.
Fair.
And then I will get on with going A4.
A4, here we go.
What else?
What else is there? I agree. What else is there? H.
And now you have to go H6.
Which is kind of funny, right?
Yeah.
Because otherwise you know what was going to happen. H6. Okay, let me just tickle you with something. Maybe it's impolite, but what I want to do is go bishop to D3. We'll put a move. Okay, queen H6 is the obvious one, right?
So you want to go after F6, you want to go bishop D3.
Yes, that's precisely right. A moment ago I was threatening you checkmate on G7, and now I will be threatening you with checkmate on H7, not polite.
You know what? There was the other funny one. It has nothing to do with good moves, but yeah. No. Oh, Queen E3, you attack H6. So one of the ways to protect H6 would be Queen H7.
Right.
And then White goes Bishop D3.
Oh, that is positional overkill.
And the game continues as you go F5.
F5 and you're solid. Yeah.
Solid. That's one way of looking at it. You may not have another move.
Yeah, like you're struggling to find the other move.
Solid.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, we're having some fun at Wesley's expense. Miro, over to you. How is our Prague and Daniel? How is that game going? He did find the bishop to G5 to C1 idea.
Yeah. So I think that objectively it's still even Steven, as you Yasser like to put it.
Exactly.
But yeah, bishop C1, and yeah, rook b1, bishop e4, though, still the engine insists on capturing. So my understanding was that if there is anything for black, it would kind of involve getting this bishop on the diagonal and at the same time keeping the light square bishops. But yeah, the board says you have to take. However, yeah, that could be clever, because in some other lines, rook was on the third rank and it was exchanging a pair of rooks.
Right.
So again, it's not much, but if we pretend that white, again, slips and again plays one slow move, and this starts to be, all of a sudden, starts to be interesting.
Rook a2.
Bishop c5, yeah, like already you have to make
an indication.
Ugly looking moves. Queen e2, probably still, then king g7, f3 will defend.
Yeah.
It was fun.
So Deac is not in trouble at all, but neither is he really better.
But, okay, you can't, as white, to my eyes, just simplify either, because bishop comes to a3.
Yep.
And then we were looking at bishop.
First, I think it was capturing on e4, yeah.
Yeah, capturing on e4 first, and then bishop a3, rook to b3.
Yeah, let's go rook b3.
Bishop c5.
Well...
This was I was going to ask you. Okay, so the rook will come over to f3.
To f3.
And we say, how about we trade everything off? And you can go rook takes rook, or you can just leave it. But rook a2.
Rook a2. And to show this one, let's say.
Yeah, because...
Takes here, goes here, for example, right?
But,
well, now we're happy.
Not happy here.
I'm actually lost.
You
know what? I'm actually lost.
Why is black lost? But I'm not happy.
White's lost.
E4.
White's lost after e4. What?
Queen takes
yeah,
queen.
and you'd expect that this... What's this? How can white possibly be lost? It's an equal material and opposite colored bishops. But again, something that we were talking about this other game, that white rook and the king is glued to defending f2.
Yeah.
Black eventually gets the king up the board to e5. It's a lot of ifs for this position to happen, but...
Okay.
Well,
I mean, Daniel.
It's actually happening. Bishop takes knight has appeared on the board, and then the bishop has found itself on a3. And you know what? We have updated the live ratings, and have a look at this. This is what they're like as of July the 2nd. And Magnus Carlsen, 28.32. Hikaru, again, slipping back to second place, 28.02. Fabiano Caruana, 2,800 after those draws. Arjun Erigaisi there with in fourth place. And here are our players. They are highlighted. Nepomniachtchi is on fifth place, 27.68. Look at Gukesh, 27.66, and Nodirbek also amongst the top 10, as is Wesley So, 27.56. But maybe Wesley might
be
fall
slipping
out of the top 10
if he were to lose, and we think he is lost. By the way, in that it's kind of a funny situation. You're Fabiano, and you made a draw with Jan and Nepo. Nepo being one of the highest rated players in the world, and you lose rating points. Like, dang, that's tough, for sure. For Daniel, Deac, with the black pieces, he's been suffering, just simply suffering. Here, it will be actually a nice experience for him to be a confidence builder, to have the better position with black, because obviously if you can get in moves like bishop to c5 in this specific position, and as you've both been pointing out, bishop c5, rook a2, and there's a harmonic convergence going on the f2 square, and maybe Prague has no desire to get into any of this. Clock, I know in Daniel's has always been a factor for him. Is it a big one in this case?
It's not as big time difference as we've seen in other Bogdan Daniel's games.
He's been relying
So Praggnanandhaa, 27 minutes and 30 seconds. For Bogdan Daniel, he is 16 minutes, 39 seconds.
That's a lot of time for him, 16 minutes. As we've been saying, he has been victimized by this new time control. Everybody's used to a second time control. There is no second time control. And Bogdan has been relying on the increments to keep him in the game.
Yeah. And can we turn our eyes to the game Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Gukesh?
For some time
because
you've been expecting a draw on this one, yeah?
Yeah, we are now expecting a draw, but Gukesh around the minute mark, whereas Maxime has all the time in the world. He can go get himself 5 cups of coffee, a croissant in there as well, maybe even a pretzel.
Oh my God, a cherry pretzel? By the way, what's a cherry pretzel? I don't get out enough. I mean, I've always known the salty ones. A cherry pretzel? Did you ever have a cherry pretzel? I never had a cherry pretzel.
But I have had sweet pretzels before.
Really?
In fact, I've even had a croissant pretzel. They're called something.
Dang.
Yeah.
Man, I'm missing out. I mean, I spent a lot of time in Philadelphia, and they had the salted
You have
pretzels.
no excuse, actually, because
Why
they
not?
sell it at the Preston Hotel, at the Preston in the Chase.
The cherry
No,
pretzels.
the pretzel with the croissant. Okay.
Boy.
It's good.
I know where I'm heading at 5 in the morning. But the current position between Gukesh and Maxime, we've seen, well, essentially Black controlling the b7 pawn. Maxime's chances of winning are way, way, way down because the bishop on a7 is misplaced. You'd love to have the bishop on d4 where it would have a dual role. One role would be to defend the pawn on b6. The other would be to be active, attacking the pawn on f6. In this current situation, the draw really just seemed inevitable. I want to go to the game of Wesley for a moment because
Bishop d4 was played. Big threat of checkmate.
we'll just see. I mean, for Wesley's fans, bad news. He's in materially, he's in a losing position. The two bishops are just going to be taking over against the rook. This a pawn, the promotion square is nicely protected, but more salient, the threat of checkmate. It's causing Wesley issues.
Well, he can't have too much choice. It's either just to kick that queen away with f6 or just seize the defensive in an already terrible position of rook to g8.
Rook to g8.
I mean,
yeah,
both choices
not
pleasant at all.
And for Alireza, by the way, we haven't spoken too much about him, but he's one of the outside of Fabiano, he's the only player in the tournament to have won 2 games, should he win this game. And that would really prop up his chances. Who chose Alireza?
Was
Silence?
Cristian.
Crickets? Cristian, that was...
Yes, do you know, he betrayed his fellow podcaster.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just shocking development here as Cristian threw his brother under the bus with... He gave up on him. Bishop d4, Wesley's time?
Well, he has just under 24 minutes.
Clock's not a factor.
It's certainly not a factor. The most
It's
important
the
thing is the position is what's on the board.
The position's
Queen
grown
takes
up.
g7, massive threat.
Indeed.
You have to parry it by going f6 or sliding the rook over to defend the pawn.
You have 2 moves, f6 for rook g8, because even with the help of a mighty computer, the third best move is to give a queen with a check. Queen e1 or...
That's when you...
It's not very helpful in this position.
Not at all. So, rook to g8, we've been looking at rook to g8, and we found, a humorous ending, which was h4, a4, h5, h6. The queen dropped back to threaten a checkmate. f6, bishop to d3 with the idea of setting up a checkmate this way. And that was when we kind of threw in the towel. Our fighters taking too many blows at that moment. By the way, I still find that a shocking statistic that there's never been a checkmate in any of these tournaments in Bucharest. Not a single checkmate. Only one stalemate. And the goal of chess is to checkmate your opponent's game.
Yes.
Nobody's ever realized their goal.
Do you think, therefore, that resignation should not be allowed?
No, I think resignation should be allowed.
Like draw is not allowed.
It's like a boxer saying, no mas, no mas.
Yeah, because actually, where else in sport can you throw in the towel like that?
No mas, boxing.
Boxing.
Yeah, they just
yeah,
say,
but there's some
technical
serious
knockouts.
issues, right?
Yeah,
like
right.
with
Health issues. Yeah, right. But yeah, in basketball, you're down by 50 points. You can't just say, okay, we don't need to play the final quarter. We're not coming back from this one. It's over.
No, you have to keep going.
Right. Pity them.
Well, in chess, you can just sit at the board and don't make a move. That's the big problem. You can't really force me to get checkmated if I'm not in the mood to.
Actually, I'll take it back. Ronnie O'Sullivan.
In snooker, you can resign.
Ronnie, his opponent, resigned.
Not only this, he has resigned. In snooker, it's very common, and sometimes it's. Even like premature resignations. And since you've mentioned Ronnie, there was the case where the match was absolutely unclear. He said in an interview he was discussed with his play.
Right.
He was trailing 2-1 by frames in a very, very long match, and he just decided to resign.
He didn't like it.
Okay, well, a very
Queen
quick
to D6.
response there from Alireza, Queen to D6.
What? That's what we were looking at.
Exactly.
Yes, sir, we were looking at Bishop.
Bishop takes F6
Takes F6.
In case of A4, Bishop takes F6 is what Alireza is prepping.
Maybe now you can go Rook to E8.
Okay, the problem, as I understood it, was that I'm a pawn grabber. Yes. And Rook takes E2 check is not. I'm gonna have a nice walk, and I will eventually make it to the queen side, so the sacrifice isn't working.
Okay, queen
to
B7.
Queen to B7. Okay,
Just
so
holding on to the pawn on D7.
life.
Okay, now is there anything to stop Bishop takes F6?
Not that I can see. That's a good munch. That's a very good munch, actually.
Queen C. No. This is Rook on B8.
It's always.
It needs to be defended.
Right. Hate that. And again, we can't take this bishop. And if we don't do anything, if we just make a passing move, I think we can just simply reload our pieces. What would be the best way of reloading? Something like bishop here, followed by queen on this diagonal is going to always work.
Those two bishops are untouchable.
Oh, they're powerful in open position.
And Bishop takes F6. Yeah, and both of these players, you do remember that last year they were involved in quite the race to get that final candidate's spot for the rating.
Some very strange things going on at the very end. There were two players. Anish Giri, he was going to qualify by the FIDE Grand Prix, and Gukesh stole a spot by qualifying himself through a last-minute tournament, and then Wesley was going to qualify by the rating, and Alireza stole his spot by playing in some tournaments and just surpassing him at the very end. Lucky thing for Gukesh that he could get that final spot. We do have some moves on the board. What happened? Bishop takes F6.
You guessed it right.
Rook E8.
And now there's no threat in the position, actually. I was thinking maybe there's some Rook E6s. Nope, there's absolutely nothing.
Oh, you're right. Rook takes E2, king takes E2, takes on F6 is met by queen F8. Oops.
Yep.
I was thinking the queen ending. But okay, bishop C3 looks like a really powerful passing move.
And he's reaching for the bishop, and indeed, I love this move. It covers all the critical squares.
B2 is protected. You're hitting A5, but more importantly, you're just resetting for queen to d4, and you're hitting.
And we have a handshake. We have our first decisive result. Alireza Firouzja defeats Wesley So.
Knocking Wesley out of 50%. I think Wesley, in the 3 previous Superbet tournaments, had never lost in the second half.
Yeah, that's the stats that we were provided, that
Right.
he made all
draws
after the 3-day usually, so that's his first loss as well as his first loss in this tournament.
Yep. And again, for Alireza, with that victory, he goes to +1. He joins the 2 Indian prodigies at +1. And, climbs right back in the tournament.
Well, you said it there, Yasser. He joins the 2 Indian prodigies. Let's have a look at whether
the games
that
are
will
still
actually
going.
happening, because the games are still very much in progress.
Right? I've got the Prague game on my screen. Bishops of opposite color, but for those of us who really do appreciate these types of positions, we'd rather play black in this position because we're just putting a lot more pressure. We're using our bishop and white is not. It's really that simple. If this pawn were back on g7 and this pawn were on h6 and white was able to play bishop c2 and utilize his bishop, we'd like the white side. And here we go.
And here it goes. The rook comes down to a1. And I have some news.
Please.
Anastasiya caught up with Anish Giri after his game against Nodirbek, where he just could not stop chuckling.
Right.
Let's take a look.
Again, my second question is about, of course, the football match, which is happening in the evening. Maybe it started right now. Like, are you going to watch and where?
Yeah, but I need a safe place. I feel unsafe. So, in the middle of the enemy's camp. So I'll have to watch her carefully, and I'm definitely going to change my attire when I go out this evening.
That's important.
Yeah, it needs some safety.
This is for sure. So, are you going to show up at the streets if Netherlands will win today?
Yeah, I think. I mean, I don't look particularly Dutch actually, which is in this case an advantage, I think. So I'll get away with that for sure. But my very tall white second, you'll have to pretend, with somebody else.
Yeah. Okay. Good luck today in the match.
Thank you, Anastasiya. My advice to Anish Giri is don't wear the orange blazer. The orange will give you away as a Dutch supporter, as the Romania versus Netherlands match is going to be played later this evening. And as he said, he's in Romania on enemy territory. You don't want to be rooting for any goals. Miro, what have you have for us? 2 games remaining?
So, yeah, we have 2 games in progress. Both involve
bishops of opposite color.
Bishops of opposite color, but also Indian prodigies, right?
Yes.
So Gukesh, and both I'd say Gukesh and Prague, they are on a kind of slightly defensive side of those positions, right?
Okay.
So Gukesh, I'd say the worst is over.
Right.
So his pieces are finally acting in harmony.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, I'm yet to find an idea for MVL how to even pose a problem.
Right. Well, especially with the king on
with the king
E5.
being on E5, bishop on E4, so everything's protected.
But let's take a pause from this game and go straight to Bucharest because Cristian is with Alireza Firouzja.
Alireza, first of all, congratulations. You're back to a plus score after a difficult start. Wesley So is not an easy player to beat. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, it feels great. I thought I have to win this game to keep chances for the tournament. So, and yeah, Wesley is not playing so great in this tournament also. So I thought I have good chances today.
What was the strategy to try to take advantage of, let's say, his slump in terms of his form?
Yeah, I mean, he's defending very good, but I tried to play sharp opening to keep the pieces and But okay, yeah, it could backfire always. But yeah.
And you guys got a pretty crazy position out of the opening. This f3, knight c6. It felt like he was inviting a fight as well, right? With his opening choice.
I don't know. I mean, if you play Nimzo, you have to go for this kind of. So, knight c6, b6 is one of the ways, but all the lines are sharp anyway. So, yeah, it's the most sharp line you can get in chess and nowadays, I think. So, yeah, I think he took this correct. And yes, c5 is a very strange move to me. Like, I didn't have it in my preparation, but.
What did you expect him?
Yeah, he has many moves. He could go castle, he could go knight c6. He has many moves here.
Yes.
But, yeah, c5 is very strange because probably he mixed it with somewhere like maybe instead of rook b1, queen a4, maybe there is somewhere takes on c5, I don't know. Because you don't play this kind of move over the board, I think. Like,
here.
No, I mean, here maybe somewhere c6 and you take on c5 somewhere. I don't know. But, yeah, because it's very strange to play this over the board, so I thought I have a very good position here, and bishop f4 is a very good, nice move, I think. Because if I put my bishop on d6, after it's very difficult for black. I felt like black could be still okay here, but it's very difficult.
Yeah, and he was playing fairly speedy at this point, still not spending a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, black doesn't have so much moves. I mean, it's very hard to play. I thought maybe I'm even close to winning here, but maybe I was too optimistic. Because it really, yeah, because really it looks, if you go knight c6, for instance, I saw, yeah, I thought maybe this exchange sacrifice was the only chance for him. And maybe he's okay here.
Bishop takes f8.
Yeah,
f8.
Very concrete. I thought if this is okay, then probably he's okay. Because if rook e8, then queen d2, a5, rook b6. And like, there's no way he can get out. Yeah. So yeah, I said this exchange sacrifice, but I said I'm very good there. But yeah, computer maybe. So he played knight b7, logical, queen d4. Rook e8, knight d2, yeah, knight c3. a6 is a very good move. I was thinking a lot what will happen in this endgame. But it should be very close to.
We were looking at some knight b5.
Knight b5 is nothing. Bishop a6.
Bishop a6.
It's very unfortunate. Takes knight e8, bishop g2, and he goes. It's like everything works for him. Knight d3 and takes on f4.
Yeah.
So I thought maybe I could include bishop d6, knight b7, bishop g3, and if now you go knight c5, my bishop is on g3.
Okay. Maybe. And if he goes d5, you just go knight d5.
Knight d5, yeah, but then knight h5 was the problem. Knight b5 takes rook d8. Something like this. But I said, okay, if it gets to here, then I will...
At least have a draw in hand. Yes.
So, yeah, I was very happy here. He played a6, took, push. Yeah, and here is very bad for black. He said after the game he missed king f2. So, but okay.
Yeah, you have the two bishops, and after bishop b7, obviously rook to a7, I think, was still playable. But how did you assess? Were you sure that you were completely winning at this point?
Yeah, rook to a7, where? Here.
Perhaps rook to
a7
yeah,
but
here.
This is very bad. Yeah, bishop c4. Yeah, this here I said I'm winning.
Yeah. We're just staying passive from the game.
He thought maybe he can have chances here, but he's technically losing.
Well, Alireza, this victory takes you half a point behind the leaders with 3 rounds to go. How are you feeling about your chances? What is the strategy going in the final 3?
Yeah, after my first loss, I think it's a good result. +1 now, but yeah, it's still 3 rounds to go. Everybody has chances, so we have to see.
Well, you're young, you have the energy, so we'll let you go, get your prep going, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
For the moment, let's take a look at the standings before we take a short break. As we can see, Fabiano Caruana still leading the event with 4 points. Alireza with 3.5. Jan Nepomniachtchi with this half a point from today with 3 points right now. Praggnanandhaa, Gukesh, Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, and Bogdan Deac still playing their respective games. We're going to go on a short commercial break, and we'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Prague, welcome to Bucharest, welcome to GCT, but you've been playing already in Poland. How did you like your first experience playing in GCT event?
Yeah, it was fun event. I've been following GCT for a long time. You know, I've always enjoyed looking at the games, and this Rapid and Blitz event has been always fun to watch. And classical events are also fun. I mean, as a chess player, I always look forward to exciting games, and these events provide a lot of exciting games. And yeah, in Poland, I really liked the event. I thought I was playing well in some games, but then yeah, some didn't go my way. But yeah, overall, I feel like I enjoyed the event. And yeah, it was my first GCT event, so I was not sure how it will go, but yeah, it went well.
Yeah, there were some highlights, right? Which one you would mention?
Yeah, I mean, the overall tournament highlight was Magnus and Wei just dominating the whole field. And yeah, I won my penultimate Blitz game against Wei, which made Magnus the leader, I think. And yeah, I also bet Magnus in one of the Blitz games. So yeah, those two games are good.
Do you feel there is some kind of competition between you and Magnus right now? That also in Norway chess, he was trying to beat you. You managed to beat him as well. And do you feel there is something in the air right now these days?
Yeah, I don't really think so. Actually, after World Cup, that in Norway was the first classical game we were playing. So yeah, we don't get to play each other so often. But yeah, whenever we play, there is always some exciting stuff happening on the board. So yeah, look forward to any format game against him.
Yeah, coming back to GCT, you said that you were following those events. Do you remember the first memory about GCT events and where you were dreaming to come and play there?
Yeah, for example, this Bucharest event, I remember following all 3 years. I think this is the 4th one. But even before that, the events in Incr, the Rapid and Blitz, I remember there was delay at some point, the format of delay. I think I was also having fun watching that. I remember Anasar was playing with 1 second against Incr in some event, so for 20, 30, 25 moves, and yeah, these kind of things always excites.
When you got this invitation, what did you feel at this moment?
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't really expect it, and when it came, I was very excited to play as a full tour member, not just one event, so that was very exciting.
And now in Bucharest we have a little bit different field compared to Poland. Fabi is joining MBL, Wesley, so are you excited to play against this generation of players?
Yeah, the last time I played Maxime was in 21 World Cup. Yeah, so it's been a long time. I played him in one of the online matches, but apart from that, I didn't really play against him too many games, so yeah, I'm looking forward to play him. In general, the field is very strong, and yeah, this is also I think almost all of them are full tour members, so I will also play them in other tournaments, so yeah, I'm looking forward to see how it goes.
What are your ambitions in this event? You were talking a little bit before about that it's important to have this will to win every game. We were discussing Magnus' will to win every tournament, every game, so is it something what you also have?
Yeah, I think I've had enough experience in this field, so I think it's time to win one of the events. I'm giving my best in all the events. So yeah, I think I can do it if I play my best in each and every game. I think that's very important, because I feel like in last tournament, if I didn't give my best in a couple of those games, so if I had maybe given my best, maybe I could have tried to score a bit more points and maybe could have fought for the first prize. But yeah. That's what I mean. I should try and fight in every game, and that will to win comes there, I think.
All the best of luck for you, Prague.
Yeah, thank you.
The stages are set. The players are primed. The best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Welcome back, and it is round 6 of the Superbet Chess Classic, and we've already had 3 games finish. So let's take a look at the standings so far. And you can see Fabiano Caruana was a quick draw against Nepomniachtchi. That was the first game to finish. Fabiano still at the top with 4 points out of 6, but Alireza Firouzja defeated the solid Wesley in a very spectacular game. So he moves on to 3.5 points out of 6. Now the big question is there are 2 games remaining. Praggnanandhaa is playing white against Bogdan Deac, and Gukesh is black against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But both of the teenagers are on the back foot in their games.
Absolutely. Let's jump into the game of Daniel, and it's a big surprise to me. Daniel is enjoying an advantage as black. He found a nice move, in my opinion, right here. I was kind of expecting rook takes f1 and the game to peter out to a draw, but this move, queen a8, infuses the position with some ideas. Rook to c2, and oops, by the way, I'll interrupt myself to say Gukesh.
Yes, and we're going to jump to that game between MVL and Gukesh.
Because
as
of the
players have just, you can see there, Maxime has 41 minutes, whereas Gukesh playing on his last minute and the 30-second increment. And, well, we've seen a change in the position.
Big time, just a second. Obviously, all black needs to do is play f5. Oops.
This is nice. So he throws in a check to drive the white king backwards. So
we intercept that with the bishop,
yep.
And bishop back to a7. I was about to say what black needs to do is play f5.
But then he would lose.
Takes king e5, bishop d4.
Check. Yeah, so
check.
Gukesh being on seconds, he actually found the only move, rook h3 check.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook h3 check was the only move to achieve a draw in this position.
And indeed, the players are making a repetition. We thought coming out of the opening that MVL actually had a nice advantage, but he didn't play the move rook c5, and instead went into an ending which, well,
there
is
you
going
see
to be
the
a draw.
clock has been stopped.
Another
MVL
save for
is
Gukesh.
demonstrating that he's going to be playing bishop a7, and the position will have been repeated 3 times.
Right, but we've seen Gukesh on a number of occasions now, maybe even in a trot. He's been on the back foot, but he's defended each and every time. So he's held the game, and with that draw, he will join Alireza Firouzja a half a point behind our leader. But that leaves us with the game of Gukesh, and we can just bring that game up. Where am I? At the top here. And I wanted to say that for me, Daniel was in advantage, but he had let his time run way down. He had something like 8 minutes in this balanced position, and he just, well, he let his time run down, and that was really surprising. I think he did also a little bit of a wrong move with King G7. I'm not saying he's winning or anything like that, but to my eyes, I want to have the rook on F1. So I would have been playing rook A2 and keeping that rook on F1 passive. He didn't do that. He played King G7, and Prague, in my opinion, very correctly captured the rook and brought his king up to G2. Now, again, this bishop is actually doing nothing on F3. And I would be thinking, well, let's redirect it.
That would be very tempting, but the more I look at this position, the more I understand that Black's king is unsafe on G7.
Okay.
And the G4 square, and in particular the H3 C8 diagonal, that needs to be open for the white queen, should she want to get to D7.
So you're thinking
something like,
put
because just
the
say if you
queen-
put your bishop on G4, just for instance, then the black rook can swing over to B8, and then it can maybe find a route into either B3 or B1 and just
you would
keep
like-
the queen at bay. But if you leave that diagonal clear,
fair.
the queen can come in just to deliver some checks.
I do think that the position is balanced, and I'm thinking that if the rook were on F1 and the queen were on B2, well, there'd be more play. At this moment, no.
And
I
we
think
see
H5.
Bogdan reaching for the H pawn. But there was one thing that was really beautiful pattern that you and I discussed during the break, which is white mustn't be tempted to park the rook up to B7.
Yeah, that was in an earlier situation like this, where the idea was, now I have to remember how we were getting there.
We don't have to be, we just have to show the pattern.
Yeah, let's just put it like this, that, again, I'm not 100% sure exactly how we
like
get
this.
it.
And
then,
here it's so tempting to go rook to B7. You're finally, the rook is active. It's targeting the pawn on C7. And after bishop to B6, the rook is locked out.
Suddenly, you may have some regrets that you went on the offense. The current position, Miro, I'm sure the computers are just going to say zeros.
Yeah, not much. There was a moment, however.
Please.
And you felt it right. King G7 perhaps wasn't the strongest, the most precise. Computer was suggesting to keep the A1 rook on the board, and instead of King G7 to go rook to A3.
That would more or less force the bishop to retreat, and then what would have happened?
Yeah, and then just try to get the queen on F5. Okay,
Gotcha.
Once again, that's already, we've already passed this opportunity. Yeah, now, honestly, rook E2 is an option, H4 is an option. It all looks even.
H4, I kind of like H4. keeping the pawns in balance. Only because of the move h5. Suddenly this bishop on f3 could potentially get in the game should white ever get the opportunity of playing bishop to e2 to d3. I do appreciate, of course, that for the moment the f2 pawn is under attack, but yeah, this would suddenly put the bishop in actually a very aggressive position. For the most part, the bishop has been a spectator.
Yeah, the h5, interesting move, in my opinion. It does take away the g4 square from the bishop, and
As
also
well as
gives a hiding place for the king on h6. But let's take a pause from this game because we are going to go to Bucharest where Cristian is with Gukesh.
Gukesh, a difficult defense, but a successful defense in the end. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, it was a tough game. I played bishop f8, which was a bit inaccurate in the opening, and then it was just very unpleasant throughout.
You spent a lot of time after this move a4, almost 50 minutes on the clock. Why was that?
I knew there was some solution, and I was trying to figure out, but yeah, I could not see. I saw problems everywhere, but okay, at some point I just made a move.
You had to make a move at some point. And you mentioned this bishop to f8. Why was white better at this point? Tell us a bit about the difficulties, the strategical difficulties that you had to deal with.
Probably not better, but it's just like black has no clear plan, and white can just play for this b5 pawn. He can just sit on d4 and press forever, so it's just unpleasant position to play. But yeah, if black doesn't make a mistake, he shouldn't lose. Yeah.
I have to say, somewhere around here, you were getting down to your last 15 minutes or so, and a huge decision at this point after the move d5. You can go rook to g2 and exchange the rooks.
Yeah, but I calculated it and I was not very sure because this endgame, I was thinking about this. And if I have the king on d7, it's surely a draw, but I was not sure how this is because now I have to either allow king c6 or I have to put my bishop on a very awkward place. So
yes.
I thought there was no need for it.
No, of course not.
Computer says it's still a draw, but okay.
But it's a difficult draw, right? It's a difficult decision to make.
Yeah, it's... I did not spend much time because I did not have much time, but... Yeah, as soon as I saw f6, I thought no need to bother.
Were you getting concerned at this point? Was there any panic, or you were still feeling confident that you're going to be able to hold this one?
I was confident that I will hold, but anyways, there is some panic because of the low time. But yeah, I thought I should hold it. Yes.
And you did. And I have to say, your defense this tournament has been spectacular. Is that something that you have been working on, obviously in preparation for a World Championship match?
I think my defense has always been quite decent, and I'm just happy that it's working in this tournament.
I have to say, yesterday a big news just came out. Singapore is going to be the host of the World Championship match. Your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I'm super happy to play in Singapore. I was fine with playing anywhere, but Singapore, I have some very nice memories. I won one of my first international tournaments in Singapore, and I've been on some nice family vacations there. So a very nice place, and very excited very eager to go there and play the match.
Of course, if the match would have been in India, we know the army of fans that you would have behind you. Going to Singapore, do you expect a lot of Indians to come and show support for you?
I'm not very sure about... I did not think much about it, but it would be nice for sure if the match attracts a lot of fans, and it helps growing the game. I'm happy about it.
Now that the setting is more or less known, how are you feeling about your preparation, building up the team, everything that goes into a World Championship match? Do you have anybody that helps you with experience, like Vichy, for example? Did he give you any advice?
Yeah, I mean, we spoke, we've had some conversations, and I mean, we both live in the same city, so we also met a couple of times. And yeah, he has always been a great help, and I'm sure his insights will be very useful for me in the match too.
Well, Gukesh, thank you very much for these insights. I'm sure we'll hear more about this as the weeks and months progress.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Cristian. And of course, what they were discussing is on our free day, we got the news from the FIDE office that Singapore will be hosting his World Championship match with Ding Liren in November, I believe is the date.
In November 20th to December 15th. And
that will be exciting to see Singapore as the host.
Absolutely, because Singapore has such a vibrant community, both Indian and Chinese and other as well, Malay as well. And I just think it's a fantastic place. But talking about fantastic, let's go and move on to the sole remaining game between Praggnanandhaa, Bogdan Daniel. And Bogdan Daniel, 45 seconds left on the clock. And the queen moves over to c3, rook c2. We've seen this position before.
Yeah, it's not the first time.
Oh, have they played repetition, you mean? Yeah. Looks like. So what we're seeing actually is that thanks to the rook actually being on e2, it can move about. Had the rook been on f1 and the queen, for example, being on b2, white would not have had this ability to move with the rook. Also, I liked the machine's suggestion of rook a3. The moment, I think, as long as white is happy keeping his pieces on these squares, it should be fine.
There's a threat of bishop to d1, followed by bishop c2.
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
That can easily turn the tables. Bishop to d1, bishop c2. And for the first time, again, I will be activating my bishop. So let's make a bad move for black for just a moment, right? And I'll go here, and let's make another bad move for black for just a moment. Give me the rook. You can have my rook. Oops. Here we can see how the bishop suddenly works.
Has a name, that checkmate.
What's
the
that?
Escalator checkmate.
Are you kidding me? Escalator?
Yeah, because
that sounds like a recent mate.
Yeah, it is.
Haven't they been doing this for 500
Queen
years?
takes d6, and then king goes to h8, and the whole point is you're moving down like an escalator. And okay, well,
20 seconds.
Still 20 seconds. And now 12 seconds, 10 seconds.
Okay, so he just keeps repeating. If white...
And if white goes rook c2?
Or rather writes down rook c2 and calls for an arbiter, it is a threefold repetition.
It is. And the only reason that Prague wouldn't do that is because of Daniel's propensity to let his time run down to 15 seconds or less.
But I said one thing.
Yes.
Bogdan Daniel has not walked away from the chessboard, because Bogdan Daniel has this very unusual habit of making his move and then walking away.
Exactly.
And there he is, transfixed to the board.
Exactly. It's absolutely ridiculous, of course, but it had crossed my mind that after rook c2, there was a queen sacrifice in the position. Rook takes f3, rook takes c3, rook takes c3. Not that you should, yeah, here we go. That's, I'm claiming a draw, says Prague. And he will be rewarded with this draw. That's correct, Miro?
Yeah, so rook c2 would repeat the position for the third time.
Okay.
That's it. So they'll have to They'll have to double check it quickly, but yes, the handshake and the round has concluded.
It's over.
Yep.
We have one decisive game.
Yes, and we have one sole leader and then three chasers, just half a point behind.
So would it be fair to say that our sole leader represents the older generation, the veterans, and the three youths behind him? The teens are coming.
They are coming, and we have a lot to look forward to, because round 7, this is when the leader, Fabiano Caruana, will be facing one of the youths.
Yes. He's, in fact, at the opening of our show, Miro was telling us that in his road ahead, it's a very challenging road, because you're playing two of the players directly behind you,
right.
Gukesh and Pragg,
it's
in these last 3 rounds.
Right, like it's very tempting to try to make draws, because the moment like you lose, not only they catch up, but they overpass you.
Yeah, exactly. They jump.
And let's have a look at what the standings looks like. And there you can see Fabiano Caruana was a quick draw against Nepomniachtchi. So he remains at the top with 4 points out of 6. Now Alireza Firouzja, he overcame Wesley. So he moves on to joint second place with 3.5 points out of 6. As does Praggnanandhaa and Gukesh. They successfully managed to defend inferior positions.
Jan and MVL drawn all their games, and shall we have a peek at tomorrow's pairings?
Absolutely, because you can see Gukesh will have the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana.
That should be our marquee matchup. What do you think?
I think it might be, Yasser. Anish Giri plays Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Wesley will be able to bounce back from today's loss. He's got the white pieces against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Bogdan Deac plays white against Alireza Firouzja, and Nepomniachtchi. Will he finally get a victory? Well, he has tough opposition because he has the white pieces against Praggnanandhaa. And yeah, I can see Anastasiya and Cristian gathered together in Bucharest. So it means that we are going to revisit our predictions. And Yasser, you are still smiling, and Nodirbek, I'm sorry, Miro. But for Cristian, your pick, Alireza, is doing very well.
Oh no, I had a great day. I'm very happy to see Alireza get this victory against Wesley. Wesley is such a difficult player to play against. His repertoire in general is rock solid, but he noticed Wesley is not in his element in this tournament, I have to say, and Alireza took full advantage of that, definitely on the upcoming in the standings. So I'm looking forward to the last 3 because it's going to be fire on the board. Anastasiya.
I'm still not sure what happened to my boy, Nodirbek. It seems like he still wanted to win in drawish position. It was a really funny moment today with Anish Giri. I still don't know who wanted to keep playing this position, this drawish position, where both of them were repeating the moves, I don't know, for half an hour. And I asked Anish, and he said, no, it was Nodirbek who was repeating. I don't know really what was going on there. They played until the bishops, not even the kings, the bishops, let's say. So it was an interesting day today, but we can hear on the background the voices of fans rooting for Romania, definitely. So the football match is on its way. Like it's 1-0 at the moment.
I'm not complaining. Let's just put it this way. This is probably our shortest day of broadcast because the players really helped us, made those last couple of draws quite quickly. And right now we're going to be going to enjoy the match. Maybe I'll find Anish at one of these restaurants.
With Jan Smith,
tell everybody that he's rooting for the Dutch. Maybe get him in trouble. We'll see.
Maybe they're in the corner of the bar, rooting peacefully for Netherlands.
Guys, back to you in St. Louis. We'll see you tomorrow.
Enjoy your evening. I'm sure it will be filled with a lot of fireworks. Have fun there, Anastasiya, Cristian. Guys, it was a short broadcast for us today.
Well, it was.
It was, but we have 3-way tie for second. That makes things much more interesting for tomorrow.
And they are half a point behind Fabiano Caruana, and Fabiano will play one of those players in second place. Oh, it's going to be exciting, especially as the end draws ever closer. You don't want to be missing it.
No, you
so
don't.
much fun, so much action on the board.
See you all tomorrow.
Thank you all for watching. Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.